Rebecca Marie Watts, more commonly known as Becky, was a 16-year-old girl from St George in Bristol, England, known for her kind-hearted and sensitive nature. Despite being described as shy, Becky was full of creativity and had a deep love for animals, particularly dogs. She was passionate about fashion and beauty, enjoying activities like experimenting with makeup and putting together stylish outfits. She had aspirations to become a policewoman or a vet. She also loved spending time with her friends and family, often engaging in creative pursuits such as art. Her close bond with her father, Darren Galsworthy, and her stepmother, Angie, was a significant part of her life, and they supported her through personal challenges, including struggles with self-esteem and resitting her GCSE exams at college. Becky also maintained a close relationship with her mother, who she had a Sunday lunch with on a regular basis. On the evening of February 18th, 2015, Becky spent some time with her closest friends in a local park, joking and laughing together while listening to music and eating chips. She was in a good place by this time, having overcome anorexia, anxiety, and severe bouts of bullying. 24 hours after enjoying a night in the park with two of her closest friends, she would be dead. On the morning of February 19th, 2015, Becky Watts was last seen at her home in St George, Bristol, by her stepmother, who left for a hospital appointment at around 11:15 a.m. due to her multiple sclerosis. Becky was reported missing the next day, around 4 p.m, after she failed to appear or reply to phone calls and messages from both her family and her boyfriend. Her boyfriend had been texting her shortly after her stepmother left for her appointment. However, rather unusually, Becky didn't reply to any further text messages. This raised concerns. Investigators noted that her phone, laptop, and tablet were gone, but she hadn't taken any money or spare clothes with her, nor did she inform anyone of any plans to leave. On February 22nd, Avon and Somerset Police issued their first public appeal for information regarding the 16-year-old's disappearance, and the following day, Becky's father and grandmother made an emotional plea for her safe return during a press conference. An online campaign using the hashtag #FindBecky quickly gained traction on social media, reaching over 2 million people globally. Police conducted extensive searches across several locations, including properties in Barton Hill, Southmead, St George's Park, and Troopers Hill Nature Reserve. These efforts were complemented by thorough searches of nearby parks, open spaces, and door-to-door inquiries in the vicinity. Public volunteers also organised searches in areas such as Wharf Road in Fish Ponds, Trim Valley and Baydocks Wood, but sadly these efforts were to no avail. Additionally, the police issued a public appeal for information regarding the movements of a black Vauxhall Zafira between February 19th and 23rd. The initial investigation into Becky Watts' disappearance was based on the belief that she had left the family home of her own volition, as indicated by statements from her 28-year-old stepbrother Nathan Matthews, who worked as a takeaway driver, and his 21-year-old girlfriend Shauna Hoare, who was present at the time. They claimed not to have seen Becky, but mentioned hearing the door slam, leading them to assume she had gone out. However, on February 28th, Matthews and Hoare were arrested in connection with her disappearance. It surfaced that Matthews had an obsession with porn, specifically involving teenage girls. His girlfriend was an underage teen when they first started dating, and furthermore, the couple appeared to have a, quote, shared unnatural interest in good-looking teenage girls. This and the fact both Nathan and Shauna, quote, deeply hated Becky, was the catalyst which led to the couple visiting Becky's home on February 19th, 2015, armed with a, quote, kidnap kit. This kit, which was contained in a red suitcase, included a mask, a pair of handcuffs, a stun gun, tape, and black trash bags. Matthews later told the court he had plans to kidnap his stepsister in order to, quote, scare her. Due to his mother's pre-planned hospital appointment, he had meticulously planned Becky's abduction during that time frame. It should be noted that the relationship between Becky and Nathan was somewhat complex, and it was reported in the media that Becky told a friend that she was somewhat afraid of her stepbrother, especially after he allegedly threatened to kill her in 2013. On March 2nd, Nathan and Shauna were rearrested on suspicion of murdering Becky. The following day, March 3rd, 2015, whilst police searched a property in Barton Hill, the schoolgirl's dismembered remains were discovered in 2 black suitcases, a plastic box, and a rucksack in a shed on Barton Court. Becky's dismembered body was wrapped in saran wrap and Asda bags, covered by bath mats and a shower curtain. Following the discovery of Becky's remains, Nathan Matthews was subsequently charged with murder on March 4th, while 4 other individuals, including Carl Demetrius and Jaden Parsons, the homeowners of the property where Becky's remains were found, and friends of Nathan Matthews, were charged on March 6th with assisting an offender, accused of helping to conceal or dispose of Becky's body. Demetrius and Parsons had been promised a financial incentive if they helped Matthews store items from what they were told were from a robbery. A 23-year-old man who had also been arrested was released without charge. On June 22nd, Shauna Hoare, initially charged with perverting the course of justice, faced additional charges of murder, conspiracy to kidnap, preventing the lawful burial of a body, and possession of an illegal weapon. Both Matthews and Hoare were also charged with unrelated offences, including making indecent images of children, and Matthews faced further charges of sexual assault and voyeurism. During the trial at Bristol Crown Court in October 2015, the prosecution described what they believed to be the timeline of events leading up to and following Becky's death. They firmly believed that the teen had been suffocated to death in a sexually motivated attack. Afterwards, Matthews and Hoare put Becky's body into the boot of their car, where it remained for several hours as Becky's family returned home. The couple then drove home and cut up her body in the bathroom before cleaning up and hiding her remains in the shed belonging to their friends and neighbours. Matthews then recounted his version of events in court. While Shauna was smoking outside in the garden, he entered Becky's bedroom and immediately wrapped tape around her mouth. He allegedly told the schoolgirl that if she were to follow his instructions, she would escape unscathed. He subsequently handcuffed Becky before trying to shove her into a suitcase, to which she strongly resisted, using every ounce of her might to fight back. Due to this, Matthews wrapped his hands around Becky's neck until she went limp. After realising his stepsister was dead, Nathan closed the suitcase. He denied murder but admitted killing Watts in a kidnapping gone wrong. He claimed the abduction plot was to scare her into changing her, quote, bad behaviour. He alleged Becky was not kind to his mother, but this was not true. But it went wrong. He told the court that his girlfriend, Shauna Hoare, had nothing to do with Becky's demise, something which she too denied. A pathology report stated that, including asphyxiation, Becky had suffered 19 stab wounds post-mortem and had over 40 bruises present across her body, which had been dismembered into 8 parts. Following her death, Nathan and Shauna continued with their lives without a care, ordering a takeaway and playing board games later that same night. Disturbing details emerged during the trial, including an online YouTube search made by Shauna the day after Becky died, quote, "Do you want to hide a body?" though claimed it was a Frozen parody video. The couple had also exchanged disturbing texts in the month prior to Becky's death regarding kidnapping schoolgirls, which Shauna told the court was, quote, "unfortunate and sarcastic." Bookmarked pages involving young teen pornography was also found on the mobile phone the couple shared. No forensic evidence was found at Nathan and Shauna's place of residence. However, investigators discovered a fingerprint belonging to Nathan in blood belonging to Becky on the doorframe of her bedroom. In damning CCTV footage shown at the trial, Matthews was seen buying a circular saw in the days following Becky's death, which was subsequently used to dismember her remains. The couple had also been captured buying several items from the supermarket, which were used in the crime and aftermath, including batteries for the stun guns and cleaning products. Ultimately, both Nathan and Shauna's DNA could link them to the scene, specifically from several items found in the shed where Becky's remains were recovered, including a knife, bleach, a t-shirt, a mask, an iPhone, and a laptop. Following the trial, which lasted approximately 5 weeks, Nathan Matthews was found guilty of murder, and Shauna Hoare was found guilty of manslaughter. Both were also convicted of conspiracy to kidnap, perverting the course of justice, preventing lawful burial of a body, and possession of stun guns. 2 men were cleared of assisting an offender in regards to moving and storing the remains. Carl Demetrius and Jaden Parsons admitted to assisting an offender, but insisted they were unaware of what the packages contained. Both were given jail sentences, Demetrius with 2 years imprisonment and Parson 16 months. Nathan Matthews was sentenced to a minimum of 33 years behind bars, and Shauna Hoare to 17 years in prison. Both appealed their sentences, but their applications were refused. After serving just half of her sentence, Shauna Hoare was released on licence from Bronzefield Jail in Surrey in September of 2023, which left Becky's loved ones understandably angry and upset at her early release. Nathan Matthews remains at Long Larton Prison in Worcestershire. Becky Watts' funeral was a poignant and heartfelt event held on April 17, 2015 at St Ambrose Church in Whitehall, Bristol. The church, known for its serene and dignified atmosphere, was filled with family, friends and well-wishers who gathered to pay their respects and honour her memory. Following the church service, the ceremony continued with a private interment at Avon View Cemetery. Becky Watts' murder shocked the community to their core. Following her death, several memorials, including a bench and painted mural, were erected to remember the 16-year-old. Her father released a memoir in 2016 detailing his daughter's life and the profound effect her murder had on him and their family. He told the BBC, quote, "The devastation and heartbreak is indescribable. I don't have the vocabulary to describe it." His wife, who is Becky's stepmother and Nathan's mother, told the media she was, quote, "devastated by her son's actions." She said, quote, "All I want is 5 minutes with him to look me in the eye and tell me why."
The Land Between the Lakes, LBL, is a 170,000-acre national recreation area located in western Kentucky and Tennessee, situated between Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley. Known for its scenic beauty, LBL offers a range of outdoor activities, including hiking, camping, fishing, boating, and wildlife viewing. The area is also home to the elk and bison prairie, which allows visitors to see these animals in their natural habitats, as well as numerous historical sites and cultural attractions. In October of 1980, the peace and tranquility surrounding LBL was shattered when the bodies of two sisters were found by hikers in shallow graves near to Lost Creek in remote woodland, both girls having been brutally shot and killed by an unknown perpetrator. Vickie Lee Stout, aged 16, and Carla Sue Atkins, aged 14, were half-sisters, and, by all accounts, were the best of friends. They were described by their cousin, Donna Mathis, as, quote, fun. They were loving, and they got out and just laughed. Vickie was born on January 22, 1964 in Texas, and was the daughter of Margie Harris Atkins and Leyland Leroy Stout, the latter of whom was tragically murdered a year after Vickie's birth in 1965. Leyland had been stabbed to death by his roommate in Houston. Newspapers stated that the man's motive for killing Leyland was that he, quote, refused to stop singing, and that Stout's singing was keeping him awake. Leyland was just 37 years old when he died. Vickie attended Stewart County High School. Her younger half-sister Carla was born on January the 10th, 1966 in Murray, Kentucky, to Margie Harris Atkins and William Joel Atkins. She was a student at Dover Elementary, and both girls were members of the Baptist Church. They had a large family with 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Vickie and Carla lived in a trailer with their mother, brothers, and sisters near Dover, Tennessee. On the morning of September 17, 1980, 16-year-old Vickie and 14-year-old Carla missed the bus for school, and because their mother's car was out of action, the girls decided to stay at home that day. According to the Murder at Land Between the Lakes podcast, created and hosted by Amelia Courtney and Lainey Sullivan, between 2:45 and 3 p.m. that day, the girls were seen at the local IGA grocery store, about 1.5 miles away from their trailer in Dover, arriving there in a greenish-yellow van with Vickie's boyfriend, Randall Ricky Riggins. Interestingly, the clerk at the store saw them leave separately, with Ricky leaving in his van and the girls on foot. Between 3:15 and 3:30, Vickie and Carla walked towards the Furnace, a bait shop and convenience store about half a mile from their trailer, but 2.5 miles from the IGA store, where they planned to buy some snacks, including soda, candy, gum and crackers, and to purchase cigarettes for Vickie's older brother, Roger. After they left the store, witnesses who were neighbours saw the pair walking along Highway 79 in western Dover, and saw them speaking to the driver of a medium blue or sky blue pickup truck near to the convenience store on their route home. The driver had turned around on the highway and drove towards the girls. Some reports from the time stated that the girls entered the vehicle, but other articles dispute this. As time passed and the sisters failed to return home later that day, their mother, Margie Nell, grew increasingly concerned and reported their disappearances to the authorities. Later that same evening, though she was shrugged off by the authorities at this time, and once again at around 10 a.m. the following morning, after the girls' vanishing was flagged up with youth services by their school, having missed 2 consecutive days without explanation. Initially, however, police listed the teenagers as runaways, but changed their minds after a few days after discovering that neither girl had taken any money or extra clothing, and that Carla had failed to take her daily prescription medication with her. Both families insisted Vickie and Carla did not run away. According to the Murder at Land Between the Lakes podcast, Roger, Vickie's brother, told authorities that he had overheard his sister on the phone to someone earlier that same day. However, who she was speaking to is unknown. Vickie's other brother, Randy Stout, his friend Bobby Morgan, and Vickie's boyfriend, Ricky Riggins, were scheduled to visit the courthouse for marijuana possession charges late in July that same day. Ricky arrived at the family residence to pick up Randy, and they left to hand themselves into authorities, leaving Vickie and Carla visibly upset by the situation. According to Ricky's sister, who spoke on the Murder at Lands Between the Lakes podcast, Vickie, who was allegedly due in court herself in Paris, Tennessee on the 18th to turn in state's evidence against someone, had allegedly told her boyfriend that she was pregnant. Later that night, the girls were scheduled to visit Randy and Ricky in jail during their 7 or 8 day incarceration. However, rather oddly, they didn't show. 18 days later, during a heatwave in the area, at approximately 4 p.m. on October the 5th, 1980, about 9 miles away from their home, a disturbing discovery was made when 2 hikers who were walking along an old logging road in the Land Between the Lakes National Park area smelled what they believed was decomposition in the vicinity of Mint Springs and Lost Creek. The area itself was specifically in the extreme southwestern portion of the TVA recreational area. The couple immediately contacted the authorities after stumbling upon the body of a teenage girl in a shallow grave, according to the Tennessean newspaper. Police quickly arrived on the scene and found another decomposing body in yet another shallow grave. The partially clothed bodies belonged to 2 teenage girls and were located approximately 75 feet apart in the woodland of the creek. They were both buried between 2 logs and were covered with leaves and branches. It appeared that the girls, later identified by Roger Stout, Vickie's 17-year-old brother, as 16-year-old Vickie and 14-year-old Carla, had been shot, though initial reports by the Leaf Chronicle stated that only Carla had been shot and that Vickie had not. Law enforcement didn't comment on the scene at the time, as to protect the integrity of their investigation. However, they did describe it as gory. Autopsies were conducted by the state medical examiner in Memphis, Tennessee, on October the 7th of 1980. Vickie and Carla had both been shot at close range with a 12-gauge shotgun, with both being shot in the head, and it was determined that the sisters likely died on the very day they vanished. Due to advanced decomposition, it could not be determined whether they had been victim to sexual assault, though both had several items of clothing absent from their bodies. However, it should be noted that both were still wearing their undergarments. The county sheriff, David Hicks, believed at the time that the absence of some clothing, including shoes, was due to animal scavenging, rather than assault. Interestingly, newspaper reports at the time stated that police found human hair, quote, 6 or 7 feet up in a tree, which indicated it had blown up there from the firing shotgun. Brain and skull fragments were also found up a tree near to where Carla's remains were found, and a light blue stain, similar to vehicle paint, was found on the bark, measuring similarly to the height of a pickup truck. 2 empty shotgun shells were also found by the K9 unit who were searching the scene for any evidence and clues, and according to the Leaf Chronicle, the shotgun itself was also found. However, the family weren't aware of this until decades later. According to testimonies given to the Murder at Land Between the Lakes podcast, an officer who worked in the area where the girls' bodies were found saw police bagging up a blanket and a shirt for evidence, which did not belong to the girls. However, these items didn't make it into evidence. Allegedly, many other items which were bagged up failed to make it into the evidence locker, with some claiming that bagged items were removed from another agent's car. Due to the brutality of the crimes committed, the Stewart County Sheriff travelled to Paris, Tennessee, to meet with the Henry County Sheriff to see if he could find any definitive links between Vickie and Carla's murders and a series of sexual assaults in the area at the time. Whether anything came from this remains unclear. A composite sketch of a possible person of interest in this case was drawn up by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation on October 31st of 1980, based on witness testimony. Further age progressions of the man driving the pickup truck were released depicting what he might have looked like in the year 2000 and 2014, after re-interviewing the witness in 2014, in the hopes that someone might recognise him and come forward with vital information. He was described as being a young white male between 25 and 30 years old, weighing between 160 and 170 pounds, with a dark complexion or tanned skin and brown dark hair. The man has never been identified, and the truck he was driving has also never been located. It still remains unclear whether the man is a witness or a suspect. The Standard newspaper spoke to the girl's sister, Patricia Gordon, who discussed the myriad of rumours surrounding this case. She also cited her belief that authorities didn't follow every single lead when they should have. Patricia shockingly then claimed, quote, "I know who killed the girls." This was based on confidential information given to her, and says that getting witnesses to come forward with evidence would be the final piece of the puzzle in solving this case. Sadly, she didn't elaborate any further, though this is likely due to keep the integrity of the investigation. In 2016, former County Sheriff John Vinson told the Tennessean that the suspect, who he believed was known to the girls, enticed them to the area where they were killed, shooting one, with the second being collateral damage. Sadly, the truth remains elusive. We simply don't know who killed Vickie and Carla, or why they took the innocent lives of two young teenagers who had their entire futures ahead of them. Meetings held by the Judicial District Attorney General Ray Crouch Jr. voiced his hopes that the case would soon be resolved. He held a meeting in 2016 in Dover looking for those with any information to come forward, and in doing so spoke to a store clerk from the Furnace, the shop where the girls had visited before they were abducted and killed. This testimony from the clerk helped their inquiries, and Crouch's appeal for witnesses helped rule out a number of potential suspects from credible information given to them from the public. They narrowed their pool of persons of interest to approximately 3 or 4 individuals. Crouch also stated that funding had been approved to use a private DNA lab to test evidence for any DNA which could help link authorities to the girl's killer. They're hoping that the advances in DNA technology will be the key to solving this case. Sadly, this testing is very expensive and was, for whatever reason, halted, though likely due to lack of funding. An Avaz community petition was set up by the producers of the Murder at Land Between the Lakes podcast to encourage the TBI to turn over any other evidence that may contain DNA to Parabon Nanolabs for genetic testing. The petition is listed in the description below. An initial reward for information of $2,500 was posted in 1980 by the former governor, and in 2016 the reward was increased to $5,000 by Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam for anyone who could give authorities information leading to the apprehension, arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible for the deaths of Vickie Stout and Carla Atkins. In 2020, 40 years after the girls were killed, a podcast called Murder at Land Between the Lakes, created by Amelia Courtney and Lainey Sullivan, was released, which deep dives into the case and even speaks to family members in the hopes that the podcast will bring awareness and much needed attention to the unsolved murders. Despite the evidence collected from the scene, nobody has ever been charged or arrested in connection to the deaths of Vickie Stout and Carla Atkins. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Stewart County Sheriff's Office managed to develop more than 30 suspects in the initial investigation, but sadly no concrete leads were ever found. The TBI latterly took over the investigation, and in 2015, the Stewart County District Attorney requested the FBI's assistance in this case, due to some of the evidence being poorly stored and some being badly damaged by moisture degradation. Initially, the FBI were not involved due to the bodies being found on federal land. Michelle Sills, a cousin of the girls, told WKMS on the 35th anniversary of the homicide, after the family and local authorities reached out to the FBI for their assistance, quote, "Days went by, years have gone by, and still we have no answers. Still no answers. We tried and tried and tried. That's why we're doing this today, 'cause there's no answers, and we gotta rattle the cage. So maybe somebody will speak up about it." On the 6th of October 2024, the Stout and Atkins families gathered at a vigil to remember Vickie and Carla in Dover, Tennessee. Patricia Gordon told the Stewart County Standard newspaper that the FBI are now working with the TBI in an effort to resolve this case, 44 years after the murders occurred. Many feel that law enforcement haven't done enough to solve this case. Many don't have trust or any faith in them, and believe that they are perhaps too close to the case, having been in charge of it since the very beginning. Many are allegedly even fearful to talk about the case. So now, with the FBI on board, the families are hopeful that more will be done to help resolve this crime, with added resources and funding to assist the investigation. Hopefully, the masses of conflicting misinformation given in newspapers at the time will finally be set straight also. Several details are unclear and inconsistent to other sources, making it much more difficult to piece together the exact timeline of events. The girls were initially reported to have skipped school to buy cigarettes, when in truth this was entirely false and quite misleading. This may have altered public opinion of the girls when they initially went missing, which in turn may have hindered the initial investigation into their disappearances and subsequent murders. 3 weeks after their bodies were found, funeral services for Vickie and Carla were held on October the 14th, 1980 at Standing Rock Cemetery in Dover, with Anglin Funeral Home arranging their final send-off. About 100 people attended the service. The sisters were buried alongside one another and share a headstone. Both Vickie and Carla's family hold on to the hope that someday, with the help of the FBI in recent times, answers will be found and justice will prevail. Sadly, despite over 44 years having passed, this harrowing case remains unsolved. Those who recognise the man in the blue truck composite sketches are urged to contact Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Those with any information regarding the murders of Vickie Stout and Carla Atkins are also urged to contact the Stuart County Sheriff's Office at 931 232 8322.
Backpacking holds a special allure for young adventurers, offering a sense of freedom, spontaneity, and self-discovery that few other travel styles can match. With little more than a backpack and a rough itinerary, young explorers can venture off the beaten path, immersing themselves in different cultures, landscapes, and ways of life. The appeal lies in the simplicity and authenticity of the experience, staying in hostels, catching local transport, and meeting fellow travellers along the way. It's an affordable way to see the world, often requiring creativity, adaptability, and a spirit of adventure. For many, backpacking becomes a rite of passage, a journey that fosters independence, broadens perspectives, and creates lasting memories. It's not just about the destinations, it's about the stories, connections, and growth that comes with every step. Sharing these dreams of exploration were Heidi Birgitta Pakkanen, aged 21, and Sven Urban Huglin, aged 23. The couple were young travellers from the close-knit community of Storfors in Sweden's Värmland region in west-central Sweden, bordering Norway to the west. In April 1989, Urban and his fiancée Heidi departed from their home country and embarked on what was meant to be a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to New Zealand's scenic Coromandel Peninsula. The Coromandel Peninsula is one of New Zealand's top getaway spots, celebrated for its unspoiled beaches, lush mist-covered forests, and relaxed, welcoming atmosphere. Rich in gold mining history, the area offers a wide variety of outdoor activities, including hiking, cycling, fishing, and diving. Nature lovers can explore tranquil forest trails with standout walking destinations like the Karangahake Gorge, the Coromandel Coastal Walkway, and the dramatic Pinnacles mountain range. Among its many natural treasures is the breathtaking Cathedral Cove, a stunning highlight of a protected marine reserve and a must-see for visitors. On the 8th of April 1989, Heidi and Urban began a trek into the bushland near Thames, located in New Zealand's North Island. Days stretched into weeks with no sign or word, leaving their families and friends gripped by worry and desperate for answers. As time passed in agonising silence, hope gave way to dread, and the mystery of their fate deepened, haunting all those who knew and loved them. It was as if the couple had vanished into thin air, swallowed by the vast wilderness without a trace. Following their disappearance in May of 1989, an extensive and emotionally draining search effort unfolded. Local farmers, residents, police, search and rescue teams, and even military personnel joined forces to comb through the challenging and unforgiving landscape in a series of meticulous grid searches. The investigation was codenamed Operation Stockholm, and the search operation centred around Crosby's Clearing, approximately 12 kilometres north from the town of Thames, became the most extensive land search ever conducted in New Zealand's history. Crosby's Clearing has a spectacular view of the peninsula. However, the area gained a dark reputation for its dense, nearly impenetrable bushland and dangerously deep maze of mine shafts. Police called off the search for the couple in July of 1989. However, just 1 week later, on July 29th, search and rescue volunteer Graham Pierce made a chilling discovery, which reignited police efforts into finding the missing couple. At a remote spot known locally as the Jam Tins, Pierce came across Heidi Pakkanen's unmistakable blue and white rain jacket, carefully folded and left among the undergrowth. Not long after, police searching the same area discovered her black fold-over wallet, along with personal photographs, some of her family and others of Urban Höglund, adding a chilling weight to this unfolding mystery. In 1990, 36-year-old David Tamihere was arrested and charged with the murders of Urban Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen. David Tamihere had a violent criminal past, including a 1972 conviction for the manslaughter of 23-year-old Mary Barcham, a dancer in Auckland, whom he'd killed with a blow to the head using a rifle at just 18 years old. Years later, in April 1986, he broke into a home in Auckland where he physically and sexually assaulted a 47-year-old woman over a period of 6 hours. He admitted guilt but fled while on bail, vanishing into the Coromandel bushland where he lived off the grid. It was during this time, while evading authorities, that Urban Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen disappeared. Tamihere wasn't located until 1989, after which he received a 6.5-year prison sentence for the 1986 attack. He was also convicted in 1992 for a separate assault on a 62-year-old woman dating back to 1985. According to Tamihere, on the 10th of April 1989, he stumbled upon a white Subaru belonging to Urban and Heidi, parked at the end of Tararoo Creek Road, packed with belongings. He claimed he broke into the vehicle with the intent of driving it to Auckland. Over the next 2 days, he offered a guided tour of the Coromandel Peninsula to 3 tourists he encountered, eventually giving one of them a lift to Auckland and abandoning the car at the railway station. Tamihere was arrested on the 24th of May 1989 for the outstanding 1986 sexual assault charge, just 2 days before news broke of the missing Swedish couple. His connection to the case emerged shortly after, when one of the tourists he'd chauffeured recognised the Subaru in media reports and alerted police. Already behind bars, Tamihere was subsequently charged with the murders of Urban Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen. The Crown's case against David Tamihere, brought to trial in October 1990, relied heavily on circumstantial evidence. 2 hikers who had been at Crosby's Clearing sometime after 3 p.m. on April 8, 1989, testified that they saw a young woman resembling Heidi Pakkanen and spoke briefly with the man she was with, whom they later identified as Tamihere. Initially, the trial judge deemed their identification inadmissible due to flawed police procedures, but the Court of Appeal later overturned that decision, ruling their testimony credible enough to be included. In addition to the hiker's account, 3 prison inmates, whose identities were suppressed, claimed Tamihere had confessed to killing the couple while in custody. One of them, later revealed to be Conchi Harris, alleged that Tamihere said that he had tied Urban Höglund to a tree, beaten him with a piece of wood and sexually assaulted him. According to the same account, Tamihere also claimed he sexually assaulted and strangled Heidi Pakkanen, then disposed of both bodies at sea. He allegedly told the inmates he had given Urban Höglin's watch to his son. In December 1990, the jury returned a guilty verdict on charges of murder and theft. Tamihere was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum non-parole period of 10 years. David Tamihere has consistently maintained the same account of his movements in April of 1989. According to his version, he was in the bush above the Timata River on the morning of Saturday, April 8th, and spent much of the day hiking to the coast to collect shellfish. He claims he camped overnight near Timata and emerged from the bush at Tapu the next day, eventually reaching the end of Tararu Creek Road by Monday afternoon, April 10th. There, he spotted a white Subaru loaded with gear which he later broke into using a makeshift wire tool. Despite his claims that the car's exhaust had felt warm, implying that it had recently been used, police tests later showed that such heat would dissipate within 30 minutes, casting doubts on his story. Tamihere said he rummaged through the belongings inside, discarding clothes but keeping valuable items like backpacks, binoculars, and a fishing rod. He registered at the nearby Sunkist Lodge under the false name of Pat Kelly and spent the night there. The next day, Tamihere met 3 international backpackers and offered them a tour of the Coromandel Peninsula in the stolen Subaru. This interaction would later prove crucial to the case, as one of the tourists, Swede Håkan Bokul, recognised the vehicle and Tamihere from media coverage and reported it to the police. On April 11th, Tamihere drove the group to various local attractions, including Hotwater Beach. By April 12th, he had transported one of the travellers to Auckland, where he abandoned the Subaru at the railway station. He then sold some of the couple's belongings and returned home to his family in Avondale, gifting one of Urban Höglin's jackets, after removing the labels, to his son. Later that month, Tamihere returned to Thames, but soon went back to Auckland due to bad weather. On May 24th, he was arrested in Avondale, 2 days before the news broke about the missing Swedish couple. A critical link emerged on July 10th, when police traced a phone call from Sunkist Lodge to Tamihere's home, revealing that Pat Kelly was in fact David Tamihere. That same night, police found Urban Höglin's jacket hanging in his partner Chris's home. Already imprisoned for an earlier sexual assault conviction, Tamihere became the focus of Operation Stockholm. He was charged with the murders on October 10th, 1989. Exactly 2 years later to the day, Urban Höglin's body was uncovered by pig hunters in a remote area near Whangamata, roughly 70 kilometres or 43 miles from the last known location where he and Heidi were seen near Thames. There was evidence to suggest that Urban had been sexually assaulted prior to his death. Urban's body was flown home to Sweden for burial. With Heidi still missing, Heidi's sister-in-law, Sia Pakkanen, stated, quote, "It's easier to have a grave to go to. We don't have a place for when we want to grieve. It's difficult. Is she dead? There is no evidence that she's dead. You always wonder, maybe she's alive. I do, and the family do. You have to be realistic, and you know probably she's dead, but you always wonder." Heidi was officially declared deceased in 1996, following the submission of an application from her family. On the 3rd of November 2010, David Tamihere was granted parole, with his release scheduled for 15th of November. At a follow-up parole board hearing on the 11th of November 2011, it was noted that he had spent several months hospitalised due to ongoing health issues. Despite this, he remained engaged in cultural activities, including Marais involvement and wood carving, and received consistent support from his family. As a result, some of his parole restrictions were eased. Throughout his time on parole, Tamihere continued to assert his innocence, alleging he had been framed by police. His claims gained national attention during a 2012 interview on TV1's Sunday programme, which drew over 400,000 viewers. However, the broadcast sparked controversy when it was revealed that the film crew had taken him by helicopter over areas he was barred from entering under his parole conditions. While the parole board chose not to revoke his parole, police proceeded to lay charges over the breach. In May 2017, Alan Ford, a seasoned bushman, discovered a plastic bag containing 3 pairs of women's leggings in the remote bush on the Wangamatta Peninsula, approximately 15 kilometres from where Urban Hoogland's body had been found. Ford brought the items to the Wangamatta police station, but 2 months later, a police constable informed him via email that the senior officer showed no interest in testing the items. The constable stated that Ford could retrieve the clothing on his next visit. However, when Ford returned on July 7th, he was told that the items had been destroyed a month earlier, on June 9th, contradicting the previous email. Forensic scientist Dr. Peter Kropp expressed concern over the police's handling of the evidence, stating that it was appalling and that DNA analysis could have been crucial. He emphasised that the clothing should have been sent for proper forensic testing instead of being destroyed. On the 21st of April 2020, David Tamihere was granted a royal prerogative of mercy by Governor-General Dame Patsy Reddy, following a recommendation from Justice Minister Andrew Little. This decision allowed his case to be re-examined by the Court of Appeal. A 2-day hearing was held in November 2023, focusing on 2 major points: the discredited testimony of prison informant Roberto Conchi Harris, who had falsely claimed Tamihere confessed to the murders, and the fact that Urban Hoogland's body was found 43 miles from the location where prosecutors alleged the killings took place. In July 2024, the Court of Appeal issued its ruling. It determined that Harris's testimony should never have been presented at trial and acknowledged that its inclusion constituted a miscarriage of justice. However, the court did not overturn Tamihere's conviction. It concluded that, despite the flawed testimony, the overall case remained compelling. The judgment cited multiple pieces of evidence, including eyewitness identification, Tamihere's own statements about his whereabouts and actions, and his conduct following the couple's disappearance, as sufficient to uphold the guilty verdict. In December 2024, the Supreme Court agreed to hear Tamihere's appeal, which is currently pending. The appeal will address new evidence and claims of investigative misconduct. On special occasions like birthdays and Christmas, Urban Hoogland's family come together at his gravesite in Storfors, placing flowers and lighting candles in his memory. The families of both Urban and Heidi Pakkanen, who remain close and still live in the same village, firmly believe David Tamihere is responsible for the tragedy and remain resolute that he should never be released. Urban's brother, Stefan, stated, quote, "I believe an eye for an eye. If you have done this terrible crime that he has done, if you are sitting for 20 years, it's nothing. What I'm thinking is he should be put away for the rest of his life." Although none of them have returned to New Zealand since the trial, they express a continued affection for the country and harbour no resentment towards it. The case of Urban Hoogland and Heidi Pakkanen remains one of New Zealand's most haunting criminal investigations, an enduring tragedy marked by the heartbreaking loss of 2 young travellers, a conviction clouded by questions of police conduct and informant credibility, and a legacy of ongoing debate that continues to stir emotions and divide opinions decades later.
"15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers lived with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, in the quiet neighbourhood of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was known to be a bright and caring teenager, deeply connected to his family. He was never mischievous or badly behaved, according to his parents. Sebastian's high-functioning autism influenced his behaviour, requiring structured routines and familiarity, which added complexity to his sudden disappearance in early 2024. On the night of February 25th, 2024, Sebastian took out the trash at approximately 9 p.m, a chore he did regularly, and shortly thereafter retired to bed for the night. Katie recalled hearing, quote, some noise, in some publications described as a thud, coming from her son's bedroom about an hour later, but reportedly told him to stop whatever it was he was doing and go to sleep. He was last seen by his mother at around 10 p.m, asleep in his bed. By 6 a.m. the following morning of February 26th, as his mother prepared to wake her son to take him to school, Katie discovered Sebastian's bed empty. His 3 pairs of shoes were still in his room, and none of his belongings appeared to be missing. Sebastian was an avid Nintendo Switch player and used it religiously, and it remained in his bedroom also, as did his mobile phone, which he only used to take photographs. His phone was reportedly heavily restricted, so much so that there was no internet access. Katie immediately called her husband at work at a construction site in Memphis. She was in a panic. She told him that she couldn't find her son anywhere, despite having searched the property extensively. The Proudfoots immediately reported Sebastian missing to the local authorities. Quote, my son doesn't run, and he's not a runner. He's never run away before, Katie said, emphasising that Sebastian had never left home without notifying someone. Quote, I don't know why he walked out that door. Initial theories speculated that he might have wandered off, but his mother dismissed this, citing his reliance on stability and routine due to his autism. The response to Sebastian's disappearance was immediate and extensive. Authorities issued an Amber Alert, marking the urgency of the case. These are only ever issued if authorities believe that a child has been abducted or are in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or even death. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office, supported by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the TBI, deployed drones, helicopters, K-9 units, and search and rescue teams to comb the surrounding area for approximately 8 days. Notable measures included aerial searches, drones and helicopters surveying the area around Sebastian's home, covering expansive fields and wooded terrains. Specialised tactics. To appeal to Sebastian's sensory interests, authorities played his favourite song, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, during the searches in the hopes to coax him out if he was hiding somewhere. Landfill inspection was also carried out in White Plains, Kentucky. This was a precautionary measure, as it was where the trash from the Proudfoot's residence was disposed of, but sadly no evidence connected to Sebastian or his disappearance was uncovered. Community members also joined in the search efforts, forming search parties and raising awareness through events such as a motorcycle rally. Over 100 motorcyclists participated in an awareness ride to honour Sebastian and help gather tips. Emotional gatherings and prayer vigils brought together friends, family and community members to pray for Sebastian's safe return. Despite these exhaustive efforts at the time, the search yielded no substantial leads and Sebastian's trail simply went cold. By March, the search transitioned to an investigative phase, focusing on generating and eliminating possible leads. Reports surfaced in the media regarding surveillance footage taken outside of the Proudfoot residence by a neighbour on the night Sebastian vanished. At around 3:10 a.m, 2 people were seen near the Proudfoot home, holding what appeared to be flashlights, a short distance away from one another. The light source closest to the house moved towards the other before being obscured by some bushes. It's unclear whether either of these individuals were 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. However, it did confirm authorities' suspicions that someone else was outside of the Proudfoot's home that night. The disappearance placed the 15-year-old's family under intense public scrutiny. Katie and Chris Proudfoot have been cooperative with law enforcement, repeatedly emphasising their devastation over Sebastian's absence. Many people questioned why they took 8 days following their son's disappearance to speak to the media, but cited that nobody knows what it's like to be in their situation and that they shouldn't be judged for how they were handling it. They told WSMV, quote, "You don't know, and I don't wish you to ever know. Just be kind to people. It's just that simple." During the interview, both Chris and Katie spoke of how the disappearance of Sebastian was like, quote, "a roller coaster ride of helplessness and hopelessness." They appealed to the public to come forward with any information that could help bring Sebastian home. Katie said, quote, "We love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble. I just want my baby to be okay." Online speculation raised questions about the family's involvement, an unfortunate byproduct of high-profile missing persons cases. Web sleuths theorised online, and the case went viral across social media, so much so that one YouTuber allegedly kept visiting the Proudfoot residence to livestream from outside regarding Sebastian's disappearance. The creator was allegedly abusive and harassing the family. Katie managed to obtain a temporary protection order against the creator in question. Quote, "She, the creator, Andra Griffin, aka Bullhorn Betty, threatens us and posts live while driving by our home. She is dangerous and is threatening my and my family's safety and telling her followers to help and do the same." Online scrutiny continued further into the investigation, with those searching for Sebastian reportedly being threatened and harassed across social media. Then the abuse and accusations were directed towards Sebastian's mother, his father Seth, and his stepfather. Sadly, Katie and Seth had a troubled past, which fueled the fire of theories in the media. The pair allegedly did not have a good relationship when they were together. There were rumours of abuse, and they went through a bitter custody battle. Their relationship was far from harmonious. This, partnered with allegations that Sebastian's stepfather used corporal punishment, also sparked many questions in the media as to what Sebastian's home life was truly like. For someone with learning difficulties, it seems highly unlikely that these issues did not directly affect him in some way. Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, who resides in another state, joined the search for his son and hired a private investigator to assist in the search for him. When his son vanished, he reportedly hadn't heard from him, his mother, or his stepfather in about a fortnight. He told the media, quote, "They're not talking to me." He told the media that his son would never have left the house without shoes, following an incident involving stepping on fire ants accidentally as a boy. He also said that Sebastian would have never gotten into a vehicle with a stranger, and that he himself was at his wits' end trying to work out what had happened to his son with no viable leads to follow. Quote, "I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing. I need my son back," he told Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. According to the TBI, Sebastian's electronic devices, including his phone and games console, were analysed by experts. However, whether anything of significance was found remains to be seen. In April, police confirmed that a pair of eyeglasses were found, but didn't elaborate any further as to where specifically they were located, nor if they were connected to Sebastian's disappearance. The investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance has been marked by a troubling lack of evidence. No surveillance footage or witnesses have emerged to clarify Sebastian's movements after leaving his home. Law enforcement have explored several theories. This includes foul play. The possibility of abduction or harm has not been ruled out. Investigators have probed connections in the neighbourhood but have found no conclusive evidence. Wandering and accidental injury. Given Sebastian's autism, some theorise that he may have wandered off and encountered danger of some description. His familiarity with the local area, however, makes this less likely, as he would typically avoid unfamiliar or unsafe spaces. For him to even leave home was completely uncharacteristic of Sebastian's day-to-day behaviour. Third-party involvement. The discovery of a pair of pants near Sebastian's home, which did not belong to him, added an unsettling element to the investigation. The origin of this specific clothing item remains unclear, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. The SCSO have said that they do not suspect foul play in this particular case. However, they have not yet ruled anything out. This is likely due to lack of any evidence indicating what fate befell the Beach High School student. Sebastian's disappearance has rallied significant support from local and national organisations. Advocacy groups like the Polyclass Foundation and the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children have amplified awareness campaigns, distributing posters and sharing updates when available. The case gained further visibility and traction when the FBI offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Sebastian's recovery. The most pressing challenge in this particular case is the lack of any credible leads. Investigators have faced difficulties in piecing together a coherent timeline due to the absence of any eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage. Questions that remain unanswered include: why did Sebastian leave his home that night, and where was he headed? Did he leave by choice? Could his autism have influenced his actions in unforeseen ways? Is there any evidence of foul play that has not yet been uncovered? Was he the victim of abduction? In May of 2024, an image of a young man strongly resembling Sebastian Rogers, which was taken in North Carolina, began circulating on social media, which ignited hope in his family, especially his father Seth, who strongly believed that the person in the photograph was his son. However, sadly, after working with investigators from North Carolina, it was confirmed that the person in the photograph was not the missing teenager. In the autumn of that same year, Dwayne Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, joined the search for Sebastian and helped increase the reward for information leading to an arrest or to Sebastian's recovery to $100,000. Along with this came further resources, including an investigative and legal team. Despite what was meant to be a positive step in the right direction, Seth's family and even his employers have been threatened and harassed online in their pursuit for justice. The abuse was so severe that they were forced to send cease and desist letters to abusive social media users who were threatening Seth's family. These users were encouraging making false accusations and even false leads, not to mention interfering with the search efforts. Their actions have undoubtedly been hindering efforts to find Sebastian. The actions of these so-called keyboard warriors have been taking attention away from what is most important here, which is finding Sebastian. The disappearance of Sebastian Rogers is a poignant reminder of the vulnerability of missing children and the complexities involved in finding them. His case continues to haunt the hearts of his family, community, and those who have followed his story worldwide. As of December 2024, the investigation into Sebastian's disappearance remains active, with authorities urging anyone with any information to come forward. His father, Seth, told WKRN, quote, "I'm just hoping for a positive outcome from this, that he is alive, that he is healthy, so I can bring him home." At the time of his disappearance in February of 2024, Sebastian Rogers was 15 years old. He is described as a Caucasian male with brown or hazel eyes and dirty blonde hair, standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing approximately 120 pounds. When he was last seen, Rogers was wearing a black sweatshirt, a pair of black sweatpants, and a pair of black square-framed glasses. He may have carried a flashlight with him, and may not have been wearing shoes, despite the fact he did not normally go outside without wearing them. He also has a number of medical conditions, including 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome and autism, both of which may impact his ability to return home safely without help. If Sebastian is alive, he would now be 16 years old. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers are urged to contact Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838.
On July 26, 1971, in the Libby area near Englewood in Coos Bay, Coos County, Oregon, 3 juveniles were relocating horses between properties when they unexpectedly stumbled across a grim sight. The body of a young man was floating face up in the waters of Snedden Creek. They immediately contacted the authorities, who swiftly arrived on the scene. It was determined that the body likely belonged to a teenage boy, and because he, quote, almost looked like a frog in the creek, according to Captain Jason Patterson of the Coos County Sheriff's Office, the unidentified male was given the nickname Frog Boy as investigators began their search into finding his identity. Patterson also said that the nickname, quote, would stick in their heads, and maybe the next generation of law enforcement people who come through the office will remember that. The body of the newly named Frog Boy, also known as Coos County John Doe 1971, was badly decomposed, and he was found to be wearing a long-sleeved turtleneck sweater. Captain Jason Patterson further stated that, quote, his pants were found a short distance from him, and they are described as blue jeans laced up the sides with leather straps down the legs. They were of the Wrangler brand. Unfortunately, because of the severe state of decomposition, a post-mortem failed to determine the teenager's cause of death. However, they believed that he had died from 5 weeks to 5 months prior to having been found in Sneddon Creek. The remains were believed to be those of a Caucasian male between the ages of 14 and 18, standing approximately 5 foot 4 inches to 5 foot 6 inches and weighing around 145 to 155 pounds. He also had long, light brown hair. According to Captain Jason Patterson, his colleagues, quote, investigated what they could. They canvassed the area, tried to talk to neighbours, tried to figure out who may have been in the area. Despite the investigators' efforts, no information or evidence surfaced that could help identify the youth with the technology available at the time. Coos County eventually covered the cost of a burial for the unidentified teen in a local cemetery. Sadly, despite their efforts, the enduring mystery of the identity of Frog Boy would go cold. Lorie Miam from Boise, Idaho, was only 2 weeks old when she was adopted in June of 1971. Lorie stated on NBC's Dateline that, quote, even as a little girl, I always knew that I had other parents somewhere that weren't able to take care of me and wanted me to have a better home. Her adoptive family were always open about the fact Lorie was adopted, and despite the strong love she had for her family, she stated, quote, I always stood out, and I didn't know where that came from or why I had the likes or dislikes, or why I walked the way I did, or the way I talked even was different. She was also very aware of how different she looked in comparison to her adoptive family. Quote, I've got red hair and fair skin. No one in my adoptive family does, so it's just like I never fully fit in with the family. She shared that from a young age, she felt a strong desire to discover her biological family. Her adoptive family, especially her father, was fully supportive of her search, which, in her words, really started when she was 12 years old. Lorie mentioned that she spent time reading books and utilising resources at the local library to explore the city index. By the age of 15, she had refined her search to focus within a 150-mile radius around Boise. Lorie further commented, quote, I had paperwork, some of my adoption paperwork that described the age of my birth mum, what she looked like, how many siblings she had. Her research had both her and her family confident that her biological parents were likely not city dwellers, and more so lived life rurally. Sadly, in 1987, when Lorie was around 16 years old, her adoptive father was killed in a commercial plane crash. The following year, Lorie was frustrated as she was no closer to finding her biological parents. She then decided to seek help in her family search and hired a private investigator. To Lorie's surprise, within just 24 hours, the private investigator uncovered numerous names from her maternal lineage, including her half-brother and that of her biological mother. That week, Lorie and her biological mother met for the first time. Lorie stated, quote, that was a puzzle piece that was missing and just filled my heart. I can't even describe the connection. Delving into her mother's past, at just 15 years old, Lorie's mother became pregnant with her and was sent to the Booth Maternity Home in Boise, a facility that supported young unwed mothers. After giving birth, she returned home, her baby having been taken from her. Although Lorie's mother had hoped to keep her, circumstances prevented it. Lorie also shared with her mother that no father was listed on her birth certificate. Lorie spent the following Christmas with her biological family, where she was delighted to receive a special gift. It was a photograph of her biological father. Her mother told her that his name was Winston Wint Arthur Maxi III. Winston Arthur Maxi III was born on October 4th, 1954, in Rupert, Idaho. He was the second child and first son of Winston Arthur Maxi Jr. and Dorene Maxi, joining an older sister, Vickie, and 6 younger siblings. To avoid confusion with his father, he was affectionately called Little Wint by his family. Winston was often described as a sweet, shy boy with a big heart. Classmates remembered him fondly, and a friend recounted an incident where a second-grade teacher had to pull him out of his seat by his ear due to his stubbornness. One summer, despite his parents' inability to buy him a skateboard, he crafted one himself from scrap plywood. Known for being a well-behaved teenager who avoided drugs and trouble, he was generally considered a good kid. At 15 years old, Winston started a relationship with a girl he deeply cared for, and by the autumn of 1970, around the time he was turning 16, she discovered she was pregnant. His sister Marla told that she was one of 8 siblings, compiled of boys and girls in equal measure. As children, the Maxi family moved around many times. Recalling her brother, Winston, Marla said, quote, "He wanted to dance to his own tune. I mean, he was a good brother for the most part." Elaborating on this comment, she said that Winston had a tumultuous relationship with their parents. He was known to not abide by the rules set by them and, quote, got mixed up in the wrong crowd, and as a result, he was known to run away from home. Marla remembered an occasion when Winston and a friend of his ran away to Oregon. However, Marla and Winston's parents forced him to return home. According to Marla, in 1971, their parents had grown tired of Winston's rebellion. They considered sending him away to work on a ranch. However, once this idea was vocalized to Winston, he ran away once more. Marla remembered her final interaction with her brother, who visited her at school. Quote, "He came and said he was leaving and said goodbye to me, and that was it. He was gone." Marla believed he would come home again, as he so often did after running away. However, Winston never did return to Boise. With no place to go, he ended up sleeping at a nearby campground. A few days later, his cousin learned about Winston's situation and extended an offer for him to stay at their home. In April 1971, Winston's girlfriend, who was 7 months pregnant, visited Rupert, Idaho. Although Winston tried to talk to her, she avoided him, knowing he wanted her to keep the baby. Soon after, Winston's older sister, Vickie, arranged for him to visit her in Boise. According to Vickie, Winston's stay in Boise was brief. During his visit, he learned from a friend about the booming logging and fish industries along the Oregon coast. Vickie recalled that Winston mentioned he planned to go to Coos Bay, Oregon to look for work. This was the last time anyone heard from Winston Maxi. His sister Marla did find it strange that she nor her family ever heard from Winston again. However, their parents stated, quote, "He went out on his own. That was what he chose to do. And, there's nothing we can do." As a result, their parents never reported Winston as a missing person. Marla followed several avenues to investigate what happened to her brother. However, all were unsuccessful. Unfortunately, nobody else in the family knew what happened to Winston either. Relatives on Lorie's paternal line, who she managed to connect with, had all sorts of stories told to them about Winston's fate. Some say he ran away from home, joined a circus, or a rodeo. In truth, there were no indications or clues about Winston's whereabouts. Back in Coos County, Oregon, in 2017, the investigation into the identity of the John Doe known as Frog Boy was gaining some traction. With funding from a grant provided by the Oregon State Medical Examiner's Office, the department arranged for the remains to be exhumed. They recovered bone fragments, which were then sent for DNA profiling by Dr. Nikki Vance, Oregon State Medical Examiner. According to a press release, the DNA was entered into the NamUs database and analysed by Parabon Nanolabs. C.C. Moore, the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon, informed Dateline that the company has an ongoing contract with the Coos County Sheriff's Office to assist in identifying unidentified individuals. A profile was generated of Frog Boy that included details about John Doe's ancestry, eye colour, skin tone, hair colour, and facial features. Parabon Nanolabs then created a digital reconstruction of the deceased and what they may have looked like in life. After 3 months of hard work and dedication on the Frog Boy case, Cece made a breakthrough when she narrowed down her search to a single family. Quote, "All of the other brothers, I found proof of life after 1971, which is when the unidentified remains were found. Except for him. I had a name." She identified Frog Boy, or John Doe, as 16-year-old Winston Maxi. NBC News reported that a year prior, in 2016, Lorie Miam submitted her DNA to Ancestry.com in hopes of finding a connection. However, she received no matches. She then created a Facebook page named Where in the World is Winston Maxi to seek help in locating her father. Additionally, she contacted the Idaho Cold Cases Facebook page, where her story was shared with thousands of followers. That year, Lorie also attempted to report her father as missing, but encountered challenges due to his absence from her birth certificate. She attempted to have Winston included in the databases of both the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as NCMEC, and the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, but was unsuccessful. According to a representative from NCMEC, Winston could not be added to their database due to the absence of an official missing person report filed with the police. Researching Winston's name, C.C. Moore found the Idaho Cold Cases Facebook page, where Lorie had posted about her missing father. After making contact, it had to be confirmed through DNA that John Doe, or Frog Boy, was indeed Lorie's father. Cece encouraged Lorie to upload her raw DNA data from Ancestry.com to GEDmatch, as websites such as Ancestry do not share DNA information with law enforcement. The result was a match. After 50 years, it was a bittersweet moment. Lorie had finally found her father after a lifelong search. However, she sadly learned he was no longer alive. Lorie spoke of her reaction to the news of her father, quote, "He didn't even get to live his life, and here I am living mine. Man, it crushed me." Cece's company contacted one of Winston's sisters to provide her DNA, as they required a legal relative for formal verification. The sister agreed to the request and her DNA matched. Despite Winston's identification in 2021, there are many questions which remain unanswered, and the circumstances surrounding his death are unclear. Lorie strongly believes that Winston was murdered. She even changed the name of her Facebook page in August 2022 from "Where in the world is Winston Maxi?" to "Who in the world murdered Winston Maxi?" Lorie set up the Winston Arthur Maxi Foundation, an Oregon non-profit organisation that is dedicated to advocating and supporting Oregon families with missing loved ones. Because she was officially confirmed as Winston's daughter, Lorie was subsequently given his remains. Lorie continues to hold out hope for finding the answer to her lingering question: what happened to Winston Maxi? If it turns out he was murdered, she is determined to see justice served. The investigation into Winston's death remains open and active, with authorities possessing additional crucial information about the case, which for investigative reasons cannot be made public. Lorie told Dateline that it was possible that her father dyed his natural red hair a darker brown shortly before he died. Captain Patterson urges anyone who may have seen a young man resembling Winston Maxi in Coos County, Oregon, in June or July of 1971 to get in touch at 541-396-7820 or call the Coos County Sheriff's Office at 541-396-7800. Lorie Miam gave an inspiring message at the conclusion of her interview with NBC. Quote, "The best thing that I would say that I've taken away from this is just to keep going, keep researching, keep pushing forward. Don't stop. It took 50 years for me to find my dad, and it's always possible you may not have the outcome that you would like, but there's always an ending, right?" Julie Marie Williams was born to Tom and Patsy Williams on the 11th of September 1971 in St. Cloud, Stearns County, Minnesota. By 1996, nature lover Julie was 24 years old and had travelled and hiked all over the world. She had taken excursions to Europe, Central America, South America, and had also visited numerous state parks across the US. Among her experiences, she participated in community work in Colombia, carried out geological research in Italy, and had secured a job as a camp counsellor in Northfield, Minnesota, as well as employment as a park ranger in Texas. Having been brought up in a Christian household, Julie struggled with the inner conflict between her faith and her sexuality. Throughout her time at college, she had dated men. However, she confided in a roommate that she would rather be in relationships with women. After completing her college degree in geology, she moved to Richmond, Vermont. Laura Lolly Salisbury Winans was born on the 9th of March 1970. As she navigated life as a young adult, she enrolled on a course at Sterling College, Craftsbury Common, Vermont. She had been brought up in a wealthy and affluent family from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. She had sadly been a victim of sexual assault as a child and was said to have been, quote, a misfit in a world of yacht clubs and boarding schools and left home right after high school. Lorie much preferred the rugged outdoors in comparison to the more high society type social events she was accustomed to, and furthermore, she volunteered at a rape crisis centre. She made the decision to drop out of college, and in 1994, she made the decision to move to Maine, where she enrolled on a course at Unity College near the city of Waterville. Unity College, known for its focus on environmental studies and outdoor recreation, offered Lorie the opportunity she had been seeking. Immersing herself in the programme, she eagerly embraced the challenge of training to become a wilderness guide, finding fulfilment in the very path she had longed for. She thrived on the course and earned a 4.0 grade average. In 1994, Julie Williams and Lorie Winans met at Woods Women, a Minnesota-based outdoor recreation programme. The two women began the season spending their time rock climbing and canoeing through the Boundary Waters. They also gained experience in leading outdoor excursions, tailored specifically for women and children. Julie and Lorie were assigned to share a tent, and instantly there was a connection, with the pair revelling in each other's company far into the night. Lorie and Julie navigated their growing relationship with a careful yet strong approach. Both were new to loving women and hesitant to fully commit to anything long-term. However, together they found a fresh sense of happiness, exploring this new chapter in their lives with openness and joy. They did keep their relationship close to their chests, with Lorie telling only a select few close friends, whereas Julie was still at war with herself in regards to being a lesbian as a woman of faith. Julie was also fearful of breaking the news to her parents, who had, according to Julie, been going through a lot at that time, and she didn't wish to, quote, burden them. Julie and Lorie formed a strong bond over their shared love for nature and backpacking. Both women found solace and joy in the wilderness, often spending their free time hiking and camping together. Whether exploring rugged trails or setting up camp beneath a canopy of stars, their adventures brought them closer. Their relationship further blossomed when the couple found a house for themselves in Huntington, Vermont. Julie and Lorie were excited about their plans for the summer of 1996, which included having barbecues in the garden of their new home with their friends. As summer approached, Lorie and Julie made preparations for a hiking trip along the Appalachian Trail in Shenandoah National Park. On the 19th of May, 1996, Julie and Lorie travelled to Shenandoah National Park in Virginia, along with Taj, the couple's golden retriever Labrador mix. Their plan was to hike the Appalachian Trail along the Blue Ridge Mountains. The two women arrived at the national park, making a stop at Pinnacle's overlook along Skyline Drive. From there, they embarked on a hike along the White Oak Canyon Trail, with Taj in tow. For the next 2 days, rain fell steadily. Undeterred, the women hitched a ride with a park ranger, renewed their camping permit, and continued their adventure. This time, they ascended Hawksbill, the highest peak in the park, where the observation deck provided sweeping views of the Virginia mountains. That evening, Lorie and Julie set up their tent along one of the horse trails, finding a tranquil spot by a mountain stream. Their campsite was nestled near the Bridle Trail, part of a network of paths connecting Big Meadows to Skyland. They settled in for the night, excited by the promise of adventure ahead. The women were due to return to their respective summer jobs on the 28th of May. However, they failed to show up, causing concern among their colleagues, friends and families who hoped that perhaps their car had broken down or some minor circumstance had stalled their journey back to Vermont. Julie's father, Tom Williams, held on to the hope that Julie's outdoor experience and wilderness training gave them no reason to be fearful. On May 31st, when Julie had failed to return home and move out of her apartment as planned, her roommate called Tom Williams, who subsequently reported both women as missing to officials of Shenandoah National Park, as his initial efforts to speak to local law enforcement were unsuccessful. Park rangers quickly began their search, soon locating their vehicle parked near Skyland Lodge by Stony Man Overlook. Investigators placed a note on the car, just in case the women later found it. Over 24 hours after the pair were reported as missing, on the 1st of June around 9 p.m, approximately a quarter of a mile from Skyline Drive on the Appalachian Trail, the bodies of Julie and Lorie were discovered by a park official. Taj, the couple's dog, was found wandering in woodland, quote, standing guard nearby. The St. Cloud Times reported, quote, Williams and Winans were found bound and gagged with their throats cut. Furthermore, the newspaper stated, quote, a camera found at the campsite had undeveloped film inside containing pictures of their hiking treks that trip. Authorities confirmed that one of the women was discovered inside the tent while the other was found outside. However, they have declined to disclose whether there were signs of sexual assault or if the women were clothed at the time. They did rule out robbery as a motive, as there was no indication that any of their personal belongings had been taken. The women were last seen alive on the 24th of May 1996, which investigators also believe is the day they died. At the time, park officials stated that their deaths were an isolated incident. However, it was later found that there were some similarities to a case from Virginia. In October 1986, Rebecca Dowski and Kathleen Thomas, who were also in a lesbian relationship, were found murdered in their car, which had been pushed off an embankment near Williamsburg. Their throats had been cut with a sharp object and their wrists were bound, though there were no signs of a struggle. Both women were fully clothed, with no evidence of sexual assault. Their wallets and purses remained in the vehicle, ruling out robbery as a motive. The 1986 murders occurred along a section of the Colonial Parkway, an area often frequented by couples, including many from the LGBTQ+ community. Given that several heterosexual couples were also killed in or near the parkway, authorities have speculated that a serial killer may be behind these string of attacks. Over the years, investigators have connected various suspects to these crimes, but no arrests have ever been made. For Julie's funeral, Tom Williams and his brother, Mark, gathered, quote, wild azaleas, other flowers and branches from the nearby campsite to make wreaths. Tom, who was a funeral director, stated of his job, quote, it's a blessing and a curse. I'm fortunate because I work in an environment where people are very supportive of grief and loss. They talk openly of death. However, following the death of his daughter, his job became daily reminders of Julie. Quote, I have to deal with it every time I walk into the casket selection room and see Julie's casket. Every time I walk into church. Sometimes you just want to get away, and you can't get away from it. He stated that after Julie's death, he found it particularly difficult to deal with the deaths of young people in his job at the funeral home. In his memorial statement, Tom Williams said, quote, Julie entered into eternal life near a stream, amidst the wildflowers of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Lorie Winans was also buried the same day as Julie Williams, the 7th of June 1996. A yearbook of Unity College memorialised Lorie with a page stating, quote, "Lorie is a beautiful person who loved the wilderness, good music, and good times. She is a courageous, intense, spirited woman who will be missed by many." Lorie and Julie's deaths instilled fear among campers and hikers, particularly because of the victims' gender and sexual orientation. It shattered the perception that the wilderness offered more safety than urban environments. Both women and the LGBTQ+ community became more vigilant in the park. Investigators were left to determine whether this was a random crime or if the women had been targeted because of their gender or sexual identity. The murders heightened awareness of safety on the trails and sparked calls for legislation to better protect individuals at risk of being targeted for their gender or sexual orientation. The investigation continued, yet clues were few and far between, with loved ones no closer to finding answers. On July 9th, 1997, Yvonne Malbasha, a Canadian tourist, was cycling south along Skyline Drive. Although she had become separated from her friend, there was no reason for alarm, as the park seemed like a perfect destination for a cycling trip. Neither she nor her friend had ever heard of Julie Williams or Lorie Winans. Without warning, Yvonne was forced off the road at milepost 57.5 by a man in a truck. The driver, enraged, threw a soda can at her, grabbed at her chest and yelled aggressively. He then exited the truck and attempted to drag her inside, but Yvonne fought back, using her water bottle and bike to fend him off. Yvonne successfully fought off her attacker and hid behind a tree, as the man repeatedly attempted to run her over with his truck. After several failed attempts, he gave up and sped away. Soon after, a park ranger arrived with a mobile phone, allowing them to quickly broadcast a description of the assailant. Rangers swiftly apprehended the attacker, identified as Darrell David Rice, as he tried to exit the park. Upon searching the attacker's vehicle, investigators discovered hand and leg restraints concealed inside. He had also changed his clothes and reattached the license plates, which he had removed while stalking Yvonne. The man was apprehended near the Swift Run Gap exit, a location that would have allowed him to leave unnoticed. Yvonne was able to positively identify her attacker, leading to his arrest and detention. In 1998, Darrell David Rice pleaded guilty to the attempted abduction of Yvonne and received a 135-month sentence in federal prison in Petersburg, Virginia. Following his arrest, prosecutors began to consider him a possible suspect in the murders of Julie Williams and Lorie Winans. His connection to the case was based on several factors, including the crime's location, his predatory tendencies, and his focus on female victims. Surveillance footage captured Darrell David Rice entering the Shenandoah National Park at Front Royal on May 25th at 8:05 p.m, and again at Rockfish Gap on May 26th at 4:57 p.m. He returned to the park on June 1st, accompanied by his friends Carol and Robert Ruckert. Although Rice denied being in the park on May 25th and 26th, he acknowledged his presence there on June the 1st. On April 10, 2001, Attorney General John Ashcroft announced that Darrell David Rice had been indicted for the murders of Julie Williams and Lorie Winans, based on circumstantial evidence. During the press conference, prosecutors revealed that Rice had repeatedly expressed a disturbing pleasure in assaulting women, claiming they were, quote, more vulnerable than men. They also alleged that Rice believed the women deserved to die because of their sexual orientation. Although Rice was charged with several counts of murder, he was never prosecuted. Despite years of effort, prosecutors were unable to secure forensic evidence against Rice. However, in October 2003, DNA testing on a hair found at the Williams-Winans crime scene revealed that it did not belong to Rice or the victims. Prior to this, only mitochondrial DNA from the cloth ligatures was available, which could determine the suspect's sex, male, but couldn't provide a definitive profile. In October, prosecutors discovered additional hair on the duct tape used to bind Lolly's wrists. Using a newer DNA test, results indicated a strong likelihood that Rice was not the source of the DNA. Rice was officially exonerated in 2024. However, just 16 days after his exoneration, he was killed in a car accident. By 2002, investigators followed over 15,000 leads. However, in the years that followed, the case remained unsolved. In 2021, a new FBI team was tasked with reviewing the unsolved murders. The team, including special agents and intelligence analysts, meticulously revisited all aspects of the case, from evidence and photographs to witness interviews. With advancements in DNA technology, they prioritised crime scene evidence for retesting by an accredited private laboratory. After securing funding through the US Department of Justice's Sexual Assault Kit initiative, managed by Virginia's Attorney General's office, the lab reanalyzed DNA from several pieces of evidence. Partnering with the Virginia State Police, they submitted the DNA profile to the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS. This led to a positive DNA match to Walter Leo Jackson Jr., a convicted serial rapist from Cleveland. Jackson was a painter and avid hiker who frequently visited Shenandoah National Park. When Jackson was charged with another rape in Ohio, DNA samples were collected from him. Testing revealed that there is a 1 in 2.6 trillion likelihood that the DNA found at the crime scene could belong to someone other than Jackson. Jackson died in March 2018 while incarcerated in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. Following an announcement on the 20th of June 2024 that the killer had been identified, US Attorney Christopher R. Kavanaugh stated, quote, "After 28 years, we are now able to say who committed the brutal murders. I want again to extend my condolences to the Winans and Williams families and hope today's announcement provides some small measure of solace."
Willa Warren is a small village located near Kempsey on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, Australia. Surrounded by farms and state forests, it offers a tranquil rural setting. In September of 2004, the community was shaken by the mysterious disappearance of Kylie Ann Schaefer. After attending a party in Willawarren, she was last seen walking into nearby bushland, never to be seen or heard from again. Despite extensive searches, no trace of her was found, and her case remains unsolved. Kylie Ann Schaefer was a vibrant and compassionate 19-year-old from Bellbrook, a small town northwest of Kempsey. Known for her ever-present smile, kind heart and selfless nature, she was deeply cherished by her family and friends. Kylie had completed her education at Kempsey High School and had recently embarked on her journey into adulthood by moving into her own place in town. She worked at Charcoal Chicken, where her warm demeanour endeared her to both colleagues and customers alike. Her mother, Sue-Ann Schaefer, fondly remembered her as a loving and caring individual who always prioritised others' needs before her own. On the evening of September 10th, 2004, 19-year-old Kylie attended a party at a residence on Wilson's Lane, just outside of Willawarren. Witnesses from the gathering reported that the following morning, around 8 a.m. after eating breakfast and taking a shower, Kylie announced her intention to walk through the bushland to reach her parents' home in Midnight Creek. This decision was notably uncharacteristic, as she had never undertaken such a walk before and would typically call her parents if she needed a ride. The trek itself was challenging, involving rugged terrain that would have been difficult to navigate on foot. What seemed like a simple, though unusual, walk home through dense bush has since spiralled into one of mid-North Coast's longest-standing mysteries, marked by grief, unanswered questions, and a family's ongoing pursuit for justice and closure. By lunchtime on September the 11th, concern grew among the party attendees when Kylie had not returned. They initiated a search of the property and subsequently alerted the authorities. A comprehensive land and air search ensued, involving approximately 70 SES and RFS volunteers, search dogs, horseback riders, Paul Air, family and friends. Despite covering around 80 square kilometres of challenging terrain, including Armadale Road and the surrounding bushland, no trace of Kylie Ann was found. The only item discovered was a pair of shoes found on a walking track days after the area had already been searched. It was unclear whether these shoes even belonged to Kylie. No other trace of her has ever been found. The official search concluded on September the 16th, but her loved ones continued their efforts for months afterwards, desperately seeking any sign of her. The early investigation into Kylie's disappearance was hampered by a lack of immediate media coverage and public awareness. At the time, her family did not pursue a public campaign to raise awareness. Her father, Peter Schaefer, chose to keep a tight lid on the information surrounding her disappearance. He feared that media coverage would cause any potential suspects to, quote, go to ground, escaping scrutiny and making it harder to bring them to justice. Kylie's older sister, Karen Kaz Schaefer, then 32, was discouraged from getting involved. Working full-time in Sydney and distanced both physically and emotionally from the epicentre of the search, Kaz felt helpless. She later expressed regret that she didn't defy her father's wishes and push harder for public engagement at the time. Quote, "I can't understand why we weren't shouting this, Kylie's disappearance, from the rooftops," Kaz later said. The decision to stay silent weighed heavily on Kaz, especially as the years passed without any answers. For over a decade, the story of Kylie's disappearance remained largely dormant in the public eye. But in 2009, Kaz, against her father's wishes, created a Facebook page titled Help Find Kylie Ann Schaefer. Though initially slow to gain traction, it laid the foundation for what would eventually become a powerful grassroots campaign. When Peter passed away in 2015, Kaz finally felt free to speak openly and take control of the narrative. The real turning point came about 18 months before a 2021 interview when Kaz was handed a copy of the police statements connected to Kylie's case. These documents, which she had never been allowed to see, were a revelation, to say the least. Quote, "Seeing the statement changed everything for me." Contrary to her understanding at the time of the disappearance, Kylie had reportedly been involved in altercations at the party. Witnesses gave conflicting accounts, not only about her clothing. Some said she wore black pants, others brown, but also about when and how she left the party. One person allegedly screamed at Kylie during the night, quote, "Nobody fucking likes you anyway, and no one wants you here." Kaz was stunned. For years, she believed that Kylie had simply walked away and met with an unfortunate accident. She hadn't known about the tension, the bullying, or the suggestion that Kylie was emotionally distressed. Nor was she aware of the inconsistencies in the stories told to police, or that Kylie's personal belongings had been left behind. Quote, "There are so many things that don't add up." She left her stuff behind. After the alert was put out, she'd been gone quite a few hours, so if she was travelling or leaving, she could have made some headway. The release of the statements intensified Kaz's drive to uncover the truth. While some theorised that Kylie may have taken her own life due to mental health issues, a notion that Kaz refuses to accept, others suspected foul play. Quote, "There were suggestions she was struggling mentally, but even if that were the case, you can't bury yourself." She also questioned why more wasn't done immediately after the disappearance to explore the darker, more sinister possibilities. Quote, "It just became this sort of, have we heard anything? Have we heard anything? It sucks, but I virtually had no involvement." Determined to make up for lost time, Kaz has leaned heavily into social media in recent years to revive public interest in Kylie's case. In addition to maintaining the Facebook page, she now runs an Instagram account and a TikTok channel that has grown to nearly 10,000 followers. Her efforts were inspired in part by American advocate Sarah Turney, whose own sister Alyssa disappeared under eerily similar circumstances in Phoenix, Arizona. Through TikTok, Kaz reached a wider audience in a matter of weeks than she had in over a decade on Facebook. She also initiated a podcast titled Voices of the Lost to shed light on the disappearance of her sister, which delves into Kylie Ann's life, her family's experiences, and the ongoing search for answers, in several episodes titled Diary of a Dead Girl. The podcast and social media are crucial platforms for raising awareness and gathering information to help resolve the mystery surrounding the teen's disappearance. Kaz uses her platform to highlight the emotional toll of not knowing, to point out the inconsistencies in witness accounts, and to ask anyone with even the smallest piece of information to come forward. Each year, especially between August's National Missing Persons Week and the anniversary of Kylie's disappearance in September, Kaz is flooded with emails, theories, and tips, some plausible, others purely speculative. She's careful not to feed into baseless rumours, instead choosing to catalogue and cross-reference logical claims in the hopes of one day presenting a solid timeline to the authorities. Quote, "There's a lot of misinformation out there. I'm not interested in false accusations. I just want to piece together a timeline, something that the police can actually work with. Kylie Ann's disappearance remains a cold case. In 2010, 6 years after she vanished, a coroner concluded that she had likely died, though he could not determine how, when, or why. No new leads have emerged. Kylie's tax file number, bank accounts, and Medicare records remain untouched since the day she went missing. Her mother, Sue-Ann, continues to grieve, holding on to fading photographs and memories. Her father died without ever knowing what became of his youngest daughter. Kaz, now the family's main voice and advocate, is unwavering. Quote, "Someone has to know something. It doesn't have to be someone at the party. It could be someone who saw a girl walking along Armadale Road kicking rocks. Something seemingly insignificant could be everything." Through sheer determination, emotional resilience, and the power of digital media, Karen Schaefer has transformed from a bystander into a warrior for truth. Her mission is clear: to find out what happened to her sister, to bring her home, and to ensure that no other family endures the same heartbreak in silence. Quote, "I have no doubt she is deceased," Kaz says with sobering clarity. "I may be wrong, and God knows I hope I am, but raising awareness will hopefully help, because I don't want anyone to go through this ever again. I am not seeking revenge. I just want to bring my sister home." In February of 2021, the New South Wales Police Force introduced a familial DNA pilot program aimed at aiding investigations into long-term missing persons cases. The family of Kylie Ann expressed hope that this initiative might provide new leads. Her mother, Sue-Ann, supported the program and planned to submit her DNA, hoping it could eventually offer answers regarding her daughter's disappearance. Sadly, no further progress has been made in the case since. When she disappeared, Kylie Ann Schaefer was 19 years old. She is described as a Caucasian female with blonde hair and brown eyes, standing at 5'5" tall with a solid build and a medium complexion. She was last seen wearing a dark blue or black t-shirt and a pair of brown trousers. If alive, she would be turning 40 years old in August of 2025. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of Kylie Ann Schaefer are urged to contact Australian Crime Stoppers at 1800 333 000. No detail is too small. It's never too late to come forward. Dorene Ray Hitchens was born on November 29, 1952 in San Joaquin County, California. Her upbringing was described as peaceful, loving, and supportive. She went to college to study to become a physical therapist and managed to get a job in San Francisco Bay. Dorene was described by those who knew her best as a loving and generous spirit. Dorene later married a sprayer for the Lockheed factory named William Michael Mike Dennis. He had hearing loss and carried a stutter, which deeply affected his socialization skills, but he found companionship in Dorene, and together they had a son, Paul Michael Dennis, in 1976. A year later, after their son was born, the couple divorced. Dorene remarried Charles Herbert, a carpet store owner, and started a new life with him in San Jose. Their life took a devastating turn in 1980 when 4-year-old Paul climbed a fence and fell into the family's backyard pool, drowning as a result of being unable to swim at such a tender age. Paul was on life support in the hospital for 3 days before passing away. His loss shattered everyone who loved him. By 1984, 31-year-old Dorene was 8 months pregnant with Charles's second child, due in early November. Prior to falling pregnant, Dorene had suffered 2 miscarriages. She also shared a 4-year-old daughter with Charles, Deanna. After losing her eldest son, Dorene made sure that from a young age, Deanna knew how to swim. However, whilst Dorene had moved on, William Michael Dennis, her ex, had not. He harboured deep resentment, blaming Dorene for their son's death as he believed she had been negligent in her duty of care, and began obsessing over the idea of revenge. In March of 1982, Mike filed a wrongful death suit against Dorene and Charles, but the court ruled in favour of the Herberts. At around the same time as the ruling, Mike lost his job at the factory. At around 9 p.m. on Halloween night, October 31st, 1984, whilst Charles Herbert was out for approximately 15 minutes to visit the liquor store to buy more candy, Dorene answered a knock at the door. She was expecting it to be trick-or-treaters, as she and her daughter Deanna had just returned from guising themselves, but standing there was a figure dressed in all black, in a wolf mask, brandishing an 18-inch machete. What the man uttered next chilled Dorene to the bone. Quote, "I'm going to kill you." Before she could react, the wolf man forced his way inside the home and launched a frenzied attack. He struck Dorene repeatedly with the machete, leaving her with fatal wounds. Tragically, the brutal assault also killed her unborn son. According to Deanna's later recollection of the harrowing events, the man slashed her mother's head and her body and hacked at her unborn brother, having removed the fetus from Dorene. Jamie Saldivar, a retired officer from the San Jose PD who attended the scene, later described it in gruesome detail. Dorene was, quote, "flayed open like a gutted deer." Her fetus lay on the floor underneath a chair with a jack-o'-lantern sitting on it. Saldivar continued, saying, quote, "I look at the jack-o'-lantern and it's smiling over this baby. It was completely out of a horror film." Deanna, only 4 years old, witnessed the entire attack from behind a couch, hiding from the perpetrator. Dorene, in her final moments, had told her daughter to hide, likely saving her life. The massacre was over within mere minutes, leaving behind a horrific crime scene. Charles returned home, slipping on pools of blood that were on the floor. He hurriedly took Dorene and their baby to the hospital, but sadly both were pronounced deceased prior to their arrival. When authorities arrived at the San Jose residence, with an inconsolable Charles sitting, sobbing by the door covered in blood as Deanna continued to hide behind the couch, the brutality of the crime truly shook the police officers to the core. The sheer amount of blood found was horrific, with it smeared all over the walls, the floors, furniture, and even on the ceiling. One damning piece of evidence was found discarded in the front yard: the wolf mask worn by the perpetrator, which contained some hairs belonging to the assailant. Though police initially considered Charles a person of interest, believing he and his wife may have had a domestic dispute, CCTV footage and witness testimony from an employee at the store placed him there at the time of the crime. When speaking to neighbours, they quickly turned police's attention to Dorene's ex-husband. William Michael Dennis quickly emerged as the prime suspect in this case. Police discovered damning evidence linking him to the crime. Various bloodstains were found leaving the Herbert residence and further down the street, of which samples were taken. Witnesses also reported seeing a man in a wolf mask near the Herbert residence on the night in question, who very much resembled Mike Dennis. Another female witness later came forward to tell authorities that Mike wore the same wolf mask the year prior at a Halloween party, where he was dressed as the Big Bad Wolf. A Polaroid of Mike wearing the exact same mask used in the murders was also later found and presented to the court. The clothes he wore in the photo were also found at his home. When police first visited his residence, Mike didn't answer right away, though the lights were on and officers could hear the water running. Officers feared he may have been trying to dispose of evidence. When Mike finally answered the door at around 12:20 a.m. on November 1st, somewhat calm and collected, officers were invited in by him. When signing papers which allowed authorities to conduct a search of his residence, officers noticed a large gash across 3 of his fingers on his right hand. When questioned about this, Mike claimed he had cut himself whilst carving a pumpkin earlier that evening, but the vast amounts of blood oozing from the wound left investigators sceptical of his claims. The cut was so deep it was millimetres from the bone. Officers also found blood throughout his property, including on a gauze, several articles of clothing leading towards the washer in the garage, and on the door handle, steering wheel and ignition of his truck. Whilst leading officers upstairs to his bedroom, Dennis abruptly reached for a .357 Magnum sitting in a holster hidden on the side of the headboard, but officers managed to refrain him from grabbing it, believing he would either harm himself or others present. Dennis was immediately arrested. Meanwhile, investigators discovered the receipt for the 18-inch machete, and even more disturbingly, 2 handcrafted adult-sized coffins and body bags, presumed to be for Dorene and Charles. The murder weapon itself was never found. When questioned, Dennis showed no remorse. His deep-seated hatred for Dorene, fueled by years of blaming her for their son's death and losing the court case and his employment, had driven him to commit the unthinkable. The brutality of the crime left even experienced investigators shaken. They believed that Dennis intended to kill Charles too, but he wasn't home at the time. Though he was initially released due to lack of evidence, 4 days after the killings, Dennis was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one for Dorene and one for her unborn child. After the results of the blood samples revealed, the blood type matched Mike Dennis. Furthermore, blood found at his home matched Dorene's blood type. Trails of blood from the Herbert residence also led straight to Mike Dennis's front door, approximately 1.5 miles away, further incriminating him. In 1988, at the trial, the prosecution presented a strong case, detailing Dennis's long history of animosity towards his ex-wife. The gruesome nature of the crime, combined with his lack of remorse, painted a damning picture. Dennis, dubbed by the media as the Halloween hacker, changed his plea to not guilty by reason of insanity, with his defense arguing that the trauma of losing his son was a primary factor in his madness that was triggered that Halloween night when witnessing other youngsters trick-or-treating in the area. But the jury did not buy this. In court, Deanna, only 8 years old at this time, bravely testified about what she had witnessed that night. She told the Santa Clara County Superior Court, quote, "My mummy said, 'Get out of my house,' and he said, 'I'm going to kill you.' My mummy told me to get behind the couch, so I did." Deanna did not recall the man's face, but remembered the wolf mask in fine detail. Deanna's harrowing account, along with forensic evidence and witness statements, led to Mike Dennis's ultimate conviction, guilty of 2 counts of murder, in the first degree for Dorene and in the second degree for her son. Dennis was sentenced to death and was on death row at San Quentin State Prison for a number of years, though his sentence was later downgraded to life imprisonment following the removal of the death penalty from Californian law in 2019. Deanna Herbert later spoke to the media as an adult regarding Mike Dennis's actions and the death of her mother, quote, "I can understand him losing a child. I get that. But you took something from me too. You took something big. You took my mum. You destroyed our family, and I won't forget that. But I do forgive him for it, 'cause for my own sanity, I don't want to be angry anymore." Despite the death penalty no longer being an option for Mike Dennis, both Deanna and Charles believe it would be justified in this particular case. Both want Mike Dennis to know that they are survivors of his actions and that what happened hasn't defeated them. Quote, "I want him to know we survived, and we're making it. He hasn't conquered us," Charles told the Lake County Record B. The story of Dorene Herbert is one of love, loss, and horror. What should have been a festive Halloween night turned into a living nightmare, leaving a family devastated. Though justice was eventually served, the scars of that night remain, a haunting reminder of one man's inability to move on from tragedy.
Lindsay Cutshall was born on September 9th, 1981 in Fresno, Ohio, to Chris and Kathy Cutshall. After graduating in 2003, 22-year-old Lindsay moved approximately 200 miles south to further her studies at Appalachian Bible College in West Virginia. She was actively involved in spiritual outreach, often engaging in outdoor activities. During her time there, she met Jason Allen, a Zeeland, Michigan native and former student of the college. Having already completed his studies, 26-year-old Jason had returned to assist in guiding and mentoring students. The pair clicked immediately over their shared love of the scripture and the outdoors, and they subsequently began a relationship. Lindsay's mother, Kathy, said of Jason, quote, "He came from a great family, and he grew up in a wonderful home. 5 months after meeting, Jason visited Lindsay's parents in Fresno and asked Lindsay's father, Chris, for his daughter's hand in marriage. Chris accepted and they became engaged and set their wedding for September of 2004. During the summer, the couple worked as counsellors at Rock and Water, a Christian youth adventure camp located on the American River in El Dorado County, California, which lies approximately 50 miles east of Sacramento. On June the 1st, 2004, Lindsay and Jason set out from Ohio, embarking on a journey to the West Coast to continue their ministry at Rock and Water. Throughout the summer, they guided young campers on outdoor excursions in the Sierra wilderness, including hiking, rock climbing, and whitewater rafting. Every Sunday, Lindsay made it a tradition to call her parents from a payphone, sharing stories of their exciting experiences. As the summer neared its end, the couple planned a final getaway before heading home. Wanting to explore San Francisco, they drove about 130 miles southwest for a weekend of sightseeing. Departing from Coloma on Friday, August 13th, 2004, they were due back at camp by Sunday afternoon, around 4 or 5 p.m, to resume work the following day. Chris and Kathy Cutshaw's world changed drastically after returning home from mailing their daughter's wedding invitations on August 16th. They received a distressing phone call. Lindsay was missing. On Sunday, neither Lindsay nor Jason had returned, and Lindsay's usual weekly call never came. By Tuesday, the Cutshaws took action, flying from Ohio to California. That same day, Lindsay and Jason were officially reported missing. On August 18th, 2004, a park ranger patrolling Fish Head Beach in Jenner, roughly 165 miles southwest of Coloma and nearly 80 miles north of San Francisco, came across an abandoned red car, thought to have been Lindsay's red 1992 Ford Tempo, parked at a scenic overlook. The remote coastal location in Sonoma County offered stunning ocean views, but the vehicle's presence raised suspicion. After running the license plate, authorities identified the car as belonging to Lindsay Cutshaw. A sheriff's helicopter was deployed after there was a report of a man stranded on a cliff near Fish Head Beach. Investigating further, the ranger descended the steep embankment to the sandy beach below. There, detectives discovered, quote, on a bed of sand and driftwood, the bodies of Lindsay Cutshaw and Jason Allen, both wrapped in sleeping bags and killed while they slept by a single gunshot to the head. The bullets thought to have been from an uncommon Marlin .45 caliber repeating rifle with either, quote, a long Colt style or a carbine magazine. While ballistics analysis identified the type of gun used, law enforcement chose not to reveal this information publicly to avoid leading the investigation astray. The weapon was rare, deemed too powerful for typical ranch use, and likely required custom-loaded ammunition. Detectives canvassed the county and beyond, searching for that specific model of firearm. They eventually collected around 100 guns to test in their investigation. Additionally, no shell casings were found at the crime scene, implying the perpetrator had taken them. A Bible rested beside the bodies, and their backpacks, which contained identification, were found nearby, but no weapon or shell casings were present, ruling out a murder-suicide. It was determined that the couple had either died on the night of the 14th of August or the early hours of the 15th. With no signs of theft or sexual assault, investigators were left without an apparent motive. However, a disposable camera was found at the scene, offering potential clues. Photos retrieved from Lindsay and Jason's camera confirmed they had spent Saturday, August 14th, sightseeing in San Francisco. The images captured them smiling in front of iconic landmarks like Alcatraz and the Golden Gate Bridge, appearing joyful and carefree. A credit card transaction from that day also provided a clue, showing that they had purchased a miniature bottle of Tabasco sauce at Fisherman's Wharf. Continuing their journey, Lindsay and Jason travelled about 60 miles north to Bodega, California. While there, they visited a local surf shop, asking for recommendations on places to stay for the night. After speaking with the shop owner, their exact movements became less clear, according to Sonoma County Chief Deputy District Attorney Spencer Brady. However, it was later determined that they eventually made their way to Fish Head Beach. In the days leading up to the murders, witnesses reported sightings of Lindsay's 1992 red Ford Tempo in multiple towns, including Guerneville, Sebastopol, Forestville, and Highway 1 in Jenner. On Saturday, the night investigators believed the crime took place, it's suspected, though not confirmed, that the couple stopped at a local motel and restaurant called River's End. However, they were reportedly unable to secure a room. Instead, they learned about a nearby beach, located less than a mile away. Since overnight camping on the beach was prohibited, it's unlikely Lindsay and Jason intended to stay there for more than a single night. As news of the double homicide spread, the case gained widespread media attention, prompting over 1,000 tips to flood the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. Then, on August 21st, 2004, a woman called authorities with a significant lead, pointing them towards her boyfriend, Sean Gallen. According to Detective Joey Horseman, Gallen was a local with a troubling past, known for, quote, doing weird things. District Attorney Spencer Bradley later described Gallen as a familiar name to law enforcement, with a history of heavy substance abuse and a fascination with hunting. He considered himself a survivalist and lived an unconventional lifestyle. Detectives visited his home in Guerneville, just over 10 miles from Jenner, where they discovered firearms, bulletproof vests, and even a spear. However, no direct evidence linked him to the crime. The killer had likely removed the shell casings from the scene, preventing ballistics analysis from connecting a weapon to the murders. Brady explained, quote, "He had frozen animals in his apartment. He was definitely living on the fringes, alternative lifestyle. He was somewhat savvy with weapons, and he was, I would say it's fair to say, a bit antisocial." Despite suspicions, authorities lacked enough proof to make an arrest. In May 2006, nearly 2 years after the murders of Cutshall and Allen, detectives from the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office released new evidence in hopes of generating fresh leads. Among the new discoveries were poems located near the crime scene, writings found in a journal inside a nearby driftwood hut, an empty 40-ounce bottle of Camo beer, and drawings etched into pieces of driftwood close to the site of the killings. Camo beer, which originated in Wisconsin and is no longer produced, was an unusual find in California. Additionally, investigators discovered a unique hat on a turnout above the beach along Highway 1. Authorities were eager to understand how both the hat and beer bottle ended up in those locations. Within the visitor's journal, located in the driftwood hut on the beach, both Jason and Lindsay had made entries. Jason stated, quote, "As I stir this mac and cheese, I think to myself, what a wonderful life. I've just spent 2 awesome days with my fiancée Lindsay. Can life ever be so perfect? Only with a person who is so great. God gives me this privilege in life, and he has given me a wonderful woman to enjoy it." Lindsay wrote, quote, "The sun is going down in the horizon. All I see is the beams shining on the cliff face, and I know that God is awesome. I look around and I see his creation all around me." The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office offered a $50,000 reward in hopes of generating new leads, keeping a steady flow of tips coming in. However, as weeks turned into months and eventually years, investigators remained without a suspect. A potential breakthrough came in 2009 when fugitive Joseph Henry Burgess was killed in a New Mexico shootout that also claimed 2 lives. Burgess had been wanted for a 1972 double homicide in which a young couple was shot while camping on a beach in Vancouver Island, Canada, a case eerily similar to the Cutshall-Allen murders. Despite the striking parallels, DNA evidence from a beer can found at the Jenner crime scene did not match Burgess, eliminating him as a suspect. Other theories emerged over the years, including speculation that Lindsay and Jason had unknowingly interrupted a drug deal or even fallen victim to the infamous Zodiac killer. However, none of these leads brought investigators closer to solving the case. On March 24, 2017, 13 years after the murders of Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, Sonoma County deputies responded to a domestic shooting at Sean Gallen's home, where his 36-year-old brother, Seamus Gallen, had been fatally shot. Sean, who had previously been questioned in connection with the deaths of Cutshall and Allen, eventually confessed to killing his brother. After admitting to the murder of his brother, Sean Gallen was further interrogated about the Jenner double homicide. Although he initially denied any involvement, he agreed to take a lie detector test. However, he failed when asked questions related to Lindsay and Jason. During the investigation, authorities obtained a search warrant related to Seamus Gallen's killing, which included a probe into Sean Gallen's Facebook account. Investigators discovered unsettling posts by Sean, including images linked to the occult and Satanism, according to District Attorney Spencer Brady. They also uncovered a troubling private message from Gallen's then-girlfriend, quote, "Maybe I should just go turn you in for that 50 grand reward. Why don't you go shoot some more people and try to get away with it?" In 2017, detectives from Sonoma County travelled to London, England, to interview Sean Gallen's former girlfriend, hoping she might have information linking him to the murders. However, before they could meet with her, Gallen confessed to the crimes while in jail, admitting to the murders of Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen. In his confession, Gallen claimed he had been hunting wild boar at Fishhead Beach when he unexpectedly encountered the sleeping couple. He said he shot Allen first and then killed Cutshall after she briefly awoke from the initial gunshot. As detectives pressed him for details to confirm the authenticity of his story, Gallen revealed that he had collected the shell casings from the beach, placed them in a soda can, and hid the can in the blackberry bushes on his father's property. Authorities located the shell casings exactly where Gallen had described, linking him to the crime scene. Sean Gallen eventually pleaded guilty to the murders of Lindsay Cutshall, Jason Allen, and his own brother, Seamus Gallen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms in prison, along with an additional 94 years. The motive for the double murder remains unknown. Jason and Lindsay were buried together in Fairfield Cemetery in West Lafayette, Ohio. The headstone reads, "Sunset to sunrise. To be married September 11th, 2004. Swallowed up by life together, August 15th, 2004. Hasang, formerly known as Taean-up, is a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea, and sits southwest of the country's capital city, Seoul. With a population of over 800,000, it is a vital economic hub, home to Hyundai Motor Company's massive production facilities and sprawling farmland that supplies rice and greenhouse crops. Highways and rail lines weave through its landscape, connecting it to the heart of the nation. During the 1980s, South Korea experienced rapid industrial expansion and economic development, shifting from military rule to democracy with its first democratic elections in 1987. Urban centres flourished with modernisation and infrastructure growth, while rural areas like Hasang lagged behind in development. Law enforcement in these less developed regions often struggled with limited resources and lacked the expertise needed to conduct thorough investigations into complex crimes. During that period, Hwasong was a sparsely populated rural region, characterised by rolling hills, dense forests, and vast stretches of rice paddies and farmland. Between September 1986 and April 1991, Hwasong was gripped by terror. A string of brutal murders claimed the lives of multiple women, each crime bearing eerie similarities. As fear spread through the streets, authorities launched an investigation on an unprecedented scale. But despite thousands of suspects and tireless efforts, the killer remained a phantom in the dark, his identity a chilling mystery for decades. At approximately 2 p.m. on September 19, 1986, the body of an elderly woman was discovered in a pasture in the neighbourhood of Anyong-dong. Investigators concluded that the woman had been asphyxiated. She was subsequently identified as 71-year-old Lee Wan-im, who had vanished a few days prior at 6:20 a.m. on September 15th whilst walking home after having spent time with her daughter. On October 20th, 1986, 25-year-old Park Hyun-suk vanished after stepping off a bus on her way home from Songtan, a district in northern Pyeongtaek, Gyeonggi Province, where she was reportedly meeting with a potential partner for marriage. 3 days later, on October 23rd at 2:50 p.m, her body was discovered in a canal in Jinandong, marking the second of a string of murders that would haunt Hasang for years to come. Hyun-suk had, like Lee Wan-im, been strangled to death. Evidence of semen was found during the autopsy. On December 12, 1986, 25-year-old Kwon Jung-bon vanished just outside her home. It wasn't until 4 months later, on April 23, 1987, at 2 p.m, that her body was found hidden in an embankment in Anyong-dong. She had been strangled with her own stockings, which were also used to gag her, and her underwear was left on her face. Evidence of sexual assault was discovered at the scene, painting a grim picture of the brutality behind her murder. On the night of December 14th, 1986, around 11 p.m, 23-year-old Lee Kai-suk went missing from Jongnam-myeon. A week later, on December 21st, her body was discovered on a ridge between rice fields in Gwanhang-ri. Her hands were bound, and she had been strangled. Investigators found further signs of violence. An umbrella had been used in the attack, and a girdle was draped over her face. Semen was also present at the scene, adding to the growing pattern of brutality in the case. As the holiday season approached, the usual cheer of Christmas and New Year's celebrations in Hasang was overshadowed by an increasing sense of dread. Families who once gathered in warmth and festivity now locked their doors early, their conversations filled with whispers of fear. The growing list of unsolved murders cast a heavy pall over the city, each victim a grim reminder that the killer still lurked in the shadows. Rather than welcoming the new year with hope, residents found themselves gripped by paranoia, scanning the streets for any sign of danger. With no answers and no arrests, the peace that once defined their community was slowly unravelling. On the evening of January 10th, 1987, 19-year-old student Hong Jin-young stepped off a bus and was never seen alive again. By the following afternoon, around 1 p.m, her lifeless body was discovered in a rice paddy in Hangye-dong. Her hands had been bound, her own socks used to silence her, and she had been strangled. Once again, forensic evidence pointed to sexual assault. Months passed with no new attacks, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if the nightmare had ended. Yet, despite the eerie silence, the weight of fear never lifted from Hasang. The killer's sudden disappearance offered no comfort, only uncertainty. On May 2nd, 1987, 29-year-old Park Eun-ju set out to bring an umbrella to her husband, but she never returned. A week later, her body was discovered on a hillside in Jinandong. The investigation revealed clear signs of sexual assault, and her cause of death was determined to be strangulation. On the morning of September 8th, 1987, the lifeless body of 54-year-old housewife An Ki-soon was found drifting in the Kajeri Canal in Palton-myeon. She had last been seen the previous night at 9:30 p.m. stepping off a bus. Her hands were bound, her mouth stuffed with her own socks and a handkerchief, and she had been strangled. Investigators uncovered traces of semen at the scene, along with an unsettling detail: scattered peach slices, adding another layer of mystery to an already horrifying case. 1 year passed by with no crimes further attributed to the criminal now known as the Hwasong killer. However, his crimes did not end. On the night of September 16th, 1988, 14-year-old schoolgirl Park Sang-hee was asleep in her bedroom in Jinandong when tragedy struck. Unlike the previous victims, she had not been taken from the streets. This time, the killer had entered her home and strangled her. By morning, she had become the 8th known victim, proving that even within the supposed safety of their own walls, Hasang's residents were not beyond the murderer's reach. On November 16, 1990, the body of 14-year-old Kim Mi-jung was discovered on a hillside in Pyeongjeom-dong. The middle school student had been bound at both her hands and feet, gagged with her own bra and strangled. Scattered around the scene, investigators found a ballpoint pen, a fork, a spoon, and a razor blade. Forensic analysis of semen recovered from the scene confirmed that the perpetrator had blood type B, offering one of the few tangible clues in the ongoing search for the killer. On April 4th, 1991, the body of 69-year-old Kwon Soon-sang was discovered on a hillside in Pansong-dong, a day after she vanished upon stepping off a bus. An autopsy confirmed strangulation as the cause of death, and forensic analysis once again identified semen with blood type B, matching evidence found in the previous case of Kim Mi-jung. Investigators also noted 2 footprints near the scene, but any potential leads were lost as the prints could not be properly analysed. 5 more victims would follow. Kim Mi-soon, 18, disappeared on Christmas Eve in 1987. Her body later discovered in Hasang on January 4th, 1988. 8-year-old Kim Hyun-jung went missing on July 7th, 1989, never to return home. On January 27th, 1991, 17-year-old Park Mi-hwa was found murdered, followed by 27-year-old Kim Hong-boon. whose body was discovered in Cheongju, North Chungcheong Province on March 7, 1991. Another victim, an unnamed 18-year-old woman, was also found in Cheongju's Bokdae-dong, sexually assaulted and killed. The growing list of lives lost only deepened the terror that had gripped the region. Due to the modus operandi, investigators believed that all of these murders were linked to the same, as yet unidentified killer. Over the course of the investigation, the suspect pool expanded dramatically, with authorities questioning over 21,000 individuals. In their search for leads, police collected fingerprints from 40,000 people, analysed 570 DNA samples, and examined 180 hair samples. The first 5 murders occurred within a 6-kilometre or 3.7-mile radius in Hasang, leading police to deploy officers in pairs every 100 metres or 328 feet. However, the killer struck again outside their perimeter, evading capture. Rumours spread that he targeted women wearing red on rainy days, prompting female officers to don red clothing in an attempt to lure him into a trap. A breakthrough seemed possible when a bus driver, Kang, and a conductor, recalled a suspicious man boarding their bus shortly after the 7th murder on September 7, 1988. Their descriptions aligned with those of survivors who had been sexually assaulted. A man in his mid-20s, thin-framed, standing between 165 to 170 centimetres tall, with short, sporty-cut hair, a sharp nose, no double eyelids, and notably soft hands. Police also initially believed he had blood type B, though later they admitted this detail was likely inaccurate. During that period, DNA analysis was emerging as a forensic tool in some Western nations, but South Korea had yet to develop even fundamental blood type testing capabilities. The death of 14-year-old Park Sang-hee in September of 1988 was a topic of deep discussion and controversy. On July 27, 1989, authorities arrested 22-year-old Yoon Sung-yeol in connection with the murder, known as the 8th Hasang murder. At the time, Yoon resided in the region and was employed in farm equipment maintenance. Childhood polio left him with a disability, and after losing his mother in a car accident, he was forced to discontinue his education. Based on their profiling, police suspected that his resentment towards women stemmed from his struggles with his disability. Yoon was acquainted with some of Park Sang-hee's friends, but had no personal connection to Park and had never entered her home. Authorities claimed Yoon had scaled a wall in the middle of the night to access Sang-hee's room, but due to his disability, this would have been physically impossible. Additionally, the perpetrator demonstrated a deeply distorted perception of sex, a characteristic that Yoon himself did not possess. During interrogation, Yoon confessed, and forensic analysis of pubic hair found at the scene reportedly showed a 40% similarity to his, according to a 1989 National Forensic Service report. The case was later classified as a copycat crime, yet Yoon was sentenced to life in prison. Meanwhile, the investigation into the Hasang murders took a darker turn, reports indicating that at least 4 individuals considered potential suspects died by their own hand in the 1990s after allegedly enduring police abuse during questioning. The 2003 critically acclaimed Bong Joon-ho film Memories of Murder, loosely based on the Hasang serial murders, reignited public interest in the unsolved case. A year later, in 2004, the murder of a female college student in Hwasong fueled fears that the killer had returned. The case resurfaced once again in 2006 as the statute of limitations for the most recent victims neared its expiration on April 2nd. At the time of the murders, South Korea had a 15-year statute of limitations for first-degree murder, which was later extended to 25 years in 2007 and ultimately abolished in 2015, though the change was not retroactive. Despite this, authorities preserved key evidence and records, recognizing the case's historical and investigative importance. On September 18, 2019, South Korean authorities revealed that they had a significant breakthrough in the case. They managed to identify the man responsible for the Hwasong serial murders, Lee Chun-jae. Born on January 31, 1963 in Hasang, Lee grew up with a good education and was described by his mother as sociable. However, a childhood tragedy, his younger brother's drowning, was said to have deeply affected him. After Chun-jae completed high school in 1983, he joined the Republic of Korea Army as a tank driver, serving until his discharge in 1986. He later found work as a crane operator, first in Seoul and then in North Chungcheong Province. In April 1992, Chun-jae married an administrative worker and the couple had a son together. However, his family life was marked by violence as he struggled with alcoholism and frequently subjected his wife and child to physical abuse. Years earlier, on September 26, 1989, Chun-jae was caught breaking into a house in Suwon. The homeowner discovered him, leading to his arrest. In February of 1990, the Suwon District Court sentenced him to 1 year and 6 months in prison for robbery and assault. However, Chun-jae appealed the ruling, claiming he had been attacked by an unknown man and had entered the house while fleeing for safety. During the second trial, the court accepted his argument, suspending his sentence and placing him on probation for 2 years. As a result, he was released in April of 1990. Lee Chun-jae was finally linked to the murders through DNA evidence recovered from one of the victims' underwear. Subsequent investigations verified that DNA found in evidence from 5 of the 14 murders matched Lee, conclusively linking him to the crimes. By the time of his identification, he was already serving a life sentence in Busan for the sexual assault and murder of his sister-in-law, who was later confirmed as the final known victim of the Hwasong killer. After Chun-jae's wife left him in December 1993, he invited his 18-year-old sister-in-law to his home. On January 13, 1994, he drugged, sexually assaulted, and murdered her. Following her disappearance, Lee attempted to conceal his involvement by assisting his father-in-law in searching for her, even suggesting that she may have been abducted. However, suspicions grew, and after several rounds of questioning, he was arrested on January 18th. Despite initially denying responsibility, he later confessed, though the court later ruled that his confession had been coerced. In May 1994, Lee was convicted and sentenced to death. The ruling was upheld in September of that year. However, in 1995, the Supreme Court of Korea reviewed his case and reduced his sentence to life imprisonment, allowing for the possibility of parole after 20 years. Initially, Lee Chun-jae denied involvement in the Hasang serial murders, but on October 2, 2019, he confessed to killing 14 people, including all 10 victims previously attributed to the case, one previously believed to be a copycat crime, and 4 additional victims. 3 of those murders had occurred in Hasang, but had never been linked to the serial killings, while the 4th took place in Cheongju. He also admitted to committing over 30 sexual assaults and attempted attacks. On November 15, 2019, police announced their provisional conclusion that Lee Chun-jae was responsible for all 10 of the original Hwasong murders. Investigators described him as having low self-esteem, struggling with an introverted personality, and seeking control and validation through violent crimes. They theorized that his military service, which gave him a sense of structure and self-worth, contrasted with the monotony of his later life, fueling his need to exert dominance through sexual violence. The provincial police chief characterized Lee as a psychopath, incapable of empathy and disturbingly eager to boast about his crimes. On July 2nd, 2020, authorities officially concluded the Hwasong serial murder case, confirming that Lee Chun-jae was responsible for 14 murders and 9 sexual assaults, driven by his desire for sexual gratification. This marked the end of a 33-year investigation that had long haunted South Korea. Lee made a public courtroom confession on November 2nd, 2020, while testifying as a witness in the retrial of Yoon Sung-yo, the man wrongfully convicted for the 8th Hwasong murder. Yoon had been sentenced to life in prison, but he consistently maintained that police had coerced his confession through torture. His initial appeals were denied, leading him to serve 19.5 years before being released on parole in 2009. Following news of Lee's confessions, Yoon Sung-yo filed for a retrial on November 13th, 2019. Just 2 days later, police reached a preliminary conclusion that Lee and not Yoon had committed the 8th murder. Investigators noted that Lee's confession provided detailed and accurate descriptions of the crime scene, casting doubt on Yoon's conviction. Further examination revealed that Yoon had suffered brutal mistreatment during his arrest, with forensic evidence allegedly falsified to frame him. In December 2019, the Gyeonggi South Provincial Police Agency charged 8 former investigators with abuse of power and illegal detention, accusing them of forcing a false confession from Yoon and fabricating case records. The court granted Yoon's retrial in January of 2020, and during the final hearing on November 2nd, Lee once again admitted to the murder, confirming Yoon's innocence. On December 17th, 2020, Yoon was formally acquitted, with the court recognising that he had been wrongfully imprisoned for nearly 2 decades. In 2020, Yoon's attorney, Park Jun-young, stated in an interview with CNN that Yoon could potentially receive over $1 million in compensation. However, Yoon himself expressed that no financial restitution could ever make up for the years lost behind bars or the damage done to his reputation and family. According to the Korea Herald, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the court have all issued formal apologies to Yoon. Additionally, South Korea has removed the statute of limitations for first-degree murder. As part of his wrongful conviction settlement, Yoon reportedly received 2.5 billion won, approximately $2.87 million in compensation from the government. Although the statute of limitations prevented Lee from being legally punished for the Hwasong murders, he remained behind bars, serving a life sentence for the sexual assault and murder of his sister-in-law. Lee stated he had no intention of seeking parole or release, citing the intense public outrage faced by notorious criminal Cho Do-soon, whose release after a 12-year sentence sparked nationwide protests. The Hasang serial murders remain one of South Korea's most infamous criminal cases, spanning over 3 decades before the truth was finally uncovered. Police faced significant challenges in solving the case, hindered by a lack of advanced forensic technology and limited experience with serial crimes. According to the Korea Herald, the investigation became one of the most extensive in South Korea's history, with law enforcement dedicating over 2 million personnel days in an effort to track down the perpetrator. With Lee Chun-jae's confession in 2019, justice was partially served, though the statute of limitations prevented formal prosecution for most of his crimes. The wrongful conviction of Yoon Sung-yeol highlighted the flaws in the original investigation, leading to a long overdue exoneration. While Lee remains behind bars, the case left an enduring mark on South Korea, shaping modern investigative techniques and reinforcing the importance of forensic science in solving long-standing mysteries.
On August 31st, 1981, 24-year-old Carolyn Sue Martin's home in Madison Heights, Michigan, was filled with the bustle of family and friends. They had gathered to help her pack her belongings, knowing she was preparing for a fresh start. Carolyn, a devoted mother, was planning to leave that night with her young son, 2-year-old Mark, heading south to San Antonio, Texas. Her fiancé, Hamparsum Harry Karetsian, had recently secured a job at an auto shop there, Mako, and wanted them to join him. Originally, Carolyn intended to travel in a caravan with her twin brother Timothy, known as Ty, who was making his own journey west to Oklahoma in the search of employment. But as the day went on, her plans shifted. That evening, Carolyn made a final stop at her mother's home in Hazel Park, Michigan, to say goodbye. Sitting with her family, she shared some unexpected news. She would no longer be traveling with Ty and had decided on a different route to Texas. Her mother and loved ones listened, unaware this would be the last time they would ever see Carolyn or young Mark. As the night deepened, Carolyn and her son set off on their journey. Days turned into weeks, then months, and there was no word from them. Concern grew into fear, and by the following spring, her family made the heartbreaking decision to file a missing persons report. Carolyn and Mark had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions. When police questioned Harry Karetsian about Carolyn and Mark's disappearance, his account raised far more questions than answers. He claimed that at some point during the journey after leaving from Metro Detroit, Carolyn suddenly changed her mind and decided she no longer wanted to venture to Texas. According to Harry, he pulled over along the I-75 near Toledo in Ohio and let her and Mark out of his vehicle, a black 1978 or 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix. Reports conflict on the exact year, with Michigan license plate SSC 512, which expired in 1981. The vehicle was then sold the following year in 1982 and then titled in Minnesota. Carolyn and her young son only had a single suitcase with them. Before parting ways, Harry said he handed Carolyn $4,000 in cash. Strangely, he then claimed that Carolyn had instructed him to discard the rest of her belongings. That, he insisted, was the last time he ever saw Carolyn or Mark Martin. Harry stated that he continued on towards Texas as planned, but later changed his mind after experiencing some car troubles. Instead of completing the trip, he turned back and returned to Michigan a short time later. However, his actions in the years that followed cast even further suspicions. Since Carolyn and Mark's disappearance, Harry has changed his name twice. According to the Charlie Project, he now goes by Harry Xurian, and he has refused to take a polygraph test in regards to the case. It should be noted, however, that polygraph tests are never 100% reliable, especially in regards to being evidence in court. Before the summer of 1981, Harry had very little involvement in his son Mark's life. That changed when Carolyn filed a paternity suit against him, seeking financial support for their son. In June of that year, the Macomb County Circuit Court ruled in her favour after paternity was verified and confirmed through various testing, ordering Harry to pay $30 a week in child support. Following the court's decision, Christensen became more involved, and the strained relationship between him and Carolyn appeared to improve. By late summer, Carolyn was eager for a fresh start. She believed that she and Harry had reconciled and was looking forward to building a new life with him and Mark in Texas, but that future never came to fruition. Carolyn and Mark vanished without a trace, and Harry Christensen remains the last known person to have seen them alive. Despite his shifting statements and refusal to take a polygraph, no direct evidence has linked Harry to the mother and son's disappearance. However, authorities consider him a person of interest. Over the decades, neither Carolyn nor Mark's social security numbers have ever been used, deepening suspicions that foul play was involved. Their case remains unsolved, leaving family and investigators searching for answers that have never come. Carolyn's brother Ty described his sister and nephew's disappearance as having left, quote, a void in my life. He told WXYZ that when he had arrived to their parents' house to say goodbye, his sister, nephew, and Harry had already gone. Quote, all of a sudden my heart just fell out of my chest. Right then, I knew something was wrong. Sadly, his gut instinct proved to be true, as this was the last time anyone ever saw Carolyn and Mark. The National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children created an age progression image of Mark Martin in 2019, depicting what he may look like aged 40. Ty said that looking at this digital image of his young nephew was somewhat overwhelming. Quote, it almost took me to the floor. It was a reality check, I guess, because it wasn't that 2.5-year-old sandy blonde-haired boy. It wasn't the boy I was looking at. I was looking at a man. Ty believes that Mark is alive out there somewhere, but may not necessarily know his true identity. He had a message for his nephew, quote, reach out to local law enforcement. You have a family. I'm not gonna quit you. There's no quitting in my DNA. I'm going to find them, and I'm gonna get the answers. Ty Martin firmly believes Harry Xurian knows far more than he has led people to believe, and that he needs to come forward and tell the family what really happened that day. All requests to Xurian for comment by the media have, unsurprisingly, been denied. All the Martin family want are answers and justice so they can have some sort of closure after 44 years. At the time of her disappearance, Carolyn Sue Martin was 24 years old. She is described as a Caucasian female of medium build, standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing approximately 110 pounds, with brown, shoulder-length hair and blue eyes. Both of her ears are pierced. What she was wearing on the day she vanished isn't entirely clear. However, she was very likely to be wearing a cubic zirconia engagement ring. It should be noted that she did have a historical fracture in her arm, which may show up on an X-ray. Her son, Mark Stephen Martin, was 2 years old when he vanished alongside his mother. He is described as a Caucasian male, standing at 2 feet tall and weighing approximately 30 pounds, with sandy light brown hair and brown eyes. It's unclear what he was wearing on the day he disappeared. He is sometimes referred to by his nickname Marky, and he may have a lazy eye. DNA for both Carolyn and Mark are available for comparison. As of yet, no Jane or John Does have matched with the missing mother and son. Due to the circumstances involved, authorities believe that foul play is involved in this particular case. If alive today, Carolyn would be 68 years old and her son, Mark, would be 46 years of age. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of Carolyn and Mark Martin are urged to contact Madison Heights Police Department at 248-585-2100.
Located on the southeastern tip of the Korean peninsula lies Busan, the second largest city in South Korea. The country's key port city holds deep historical and contemporary significance. Historically, its strategic coastal location made it a vital trading hub and point of defence. During the Korean War, spanning from 1950 to 1953, Busan was one of the few cities that remained under South Korean control, serving as a crucial refuge and temporary capital, which helped shape its resilient character. Post-war, the city rapidly developed into a global port, facilitating Korea's economic growth. In modern times, Busan is a major financial and industrial centre, home to Korea's largest port and the fifth busiest in the world. Its significance extends beyond commerce to cultural prominence, particularly with the Busan International Film Festival, one of Asia's most important cinematic events. Additionally, the city is a tourist hotspot with Haeundae Beach, the Gamcheon Culture Village, and historical sites like the Byamyeosa Temple. Busan's evolution from a wartime stronghold to a thriving modern metropolis underscores its importance both in Korea's history and its dynamic presence. John Min-gun and Choi Sung-hee, both 35 years of age, married in the city of Busan in November of 2015. John, also referred to in sources as Kim Yoon-suk, was a restaurant owner, and Choi was a renowned theatre actress. The couple resided at an apartment in Gwangan-dong, located in Busan's Suyong district. 6 months into their marriage, all seemed well. On May 27, 2016, Choi taught classes at a local performing arts academy, whilst also preparing for a role in a stage production which was in rehearsals. Choi managed to persevere through these commitments, despite suffering from many unpleasant side effects attributed to the early stages of pregnancy. That day, Choi visited a local market once her classes concluded, where she went shopping. She returned to the apartment at approximately 11:30 p.m, taking the elevator to her home on the 15th floor. She was unable to carry all of her shopping with her and had left most of her purchases in the car which sat in the complex's parking lot. CCTV captured Choi in the elevator, holding a bag of ramen noodles and some snacks. At approximately 3:45 a.m, her husband, John, was seen on CCTV, making his way to the apartment and entering the premises. John's father grew incredibly concerned when he had tried contacting his son about delivering health supplements on the 28th of May, however was met with no response. He visited his son's restaurant, where John's business partner told him that he had not been at the restaurant since the 28th of May. A colleague of Choi's stated that Choi said to them that a, quote, previously existing illness had returned and she was going to visit a hospital. Another colleague of Choi had contacted her on the 29th of May, but instead was greeted over the phone by a man, presumed to have been John, who stated that Choi would not be able to work for the foreseeable future. The authorities were informed of Choi and John's sudden disappearance and entered the apartment on the 31st of May, only to be greeted by the couple's dog, who was recovering from surgery and appeared to have not been fed or given water for several days. The Busan police searched the apartment, however there was no trace of either John or Choi. The apartment was in a fairly clean and orderly condition, and it didn't appear to be the case that they had vanished in a hurry. There were some unwashed dishes in the sink, and the items Choi brought with her in the lift lay unopened on the kitchen table. There was also bare soup in a pot. The remaining groceries were found untouched in the car in the parking lot. Investigators inquired about the pair at their respective workplaces, and it was evident that they had not been seen for 4 days. A second search of the apartment followed, where it was found that some personal items were noticeably absent. Choi and John's computers, mobile phones and passports were reported missing from the residence. With over 70 officers reviewing the tapes, police were perplexed after trawling through hours of CCTV, only to find there was no evidence of the couple leaving the apartment, despite there being 21 cameras placed around the building, including in the lobby. Police concluded that there were very few blind spots that could have allowed the couple to leave undetected by CCTV. It's widely believed that they may have used the emergency exit stairs to the first floor, which are not monitored by cameras. However, a camera is positioned at the entrance to the stairs, with only a small blind spot directly beneath it. This implies that whoever orchestrated the couple's disappearance was highly aware of the camera angles. The lack of any footage also suggests that there was likely no struggle, as it would have been recorded. Their disappearance left both authorities and their loved ones completely baffled. The couple were found to have no financial issues and had around $30,000 worth of savings. Their bank cards, internet, and phone records remained unused since they disappeared. It became clear that on May 30th, the assistant director of Choi's production received a text message from her phone stating that Choi wouldn't be able to perform due to being hospitalised after an accident, quote, like last time. When the assistant director attempted to respond, they found Choi's phone disconnected. There's speculation that the, quote, accident mentioned was a reference to Choi's history of depression and past overdose attempts. The assistant director grew suspicious as the recent messages from Choi had shifted from her usual casual tone to an unusually formal style. Busan police found no evidence to suggest that Choi had been admitted to hospital, and her medical records had last been updated in March of that year, where Choi had come off her medication due to her pregnancy. Investigators then decided to track Choi and John's mobile phones, which is where the mystery deepened. John's phone was tracked at 9 a.m. in Busan. However, strangely, Choi's phone was tracked in South Korea's capital city, Seoul, around 390 kilometres or 245 miles away. Neither phone was found to have contacted 119, Korea's emergency number. Both of their phones were permanently switched off on the 2nd of June. Many questioned the nature of the couple's disappearance, whether it was intentional or whether foul play was involved. There was no evidence to support either until co-workers of John spoke to authorities. They believed that he possessed a second mobile phone, which he intentionally kept hidden from his wife. Through that phone, he was said to frequently be in contact with an ex-girlfriend known as Yoon. Despite no longer being in a relationship due to both families clashing, Yoon still allegedly had romantic feelings towards John. However, she ended up marrying another man. After just 1 month of marriage, the couple divorced, with her husband strongly suspecting that Yoon was having an affair, more specifically with John. Time passed and Yoon married for a second time and moved overseas to Norway. According to reports, Yoon suffered a miscarriage and as a result contacted John, blaming him for her suffering. It was further alleged that Yoon sent threatening messages to John and Choi. It was theorised that Yoon could have possibly been involved in John and Choi's disappearance. Choi, being pregnant, could have also provided Yoon with a motive. Following lines of inquiry, it was discovered that on the 5th of May 2016, Yoon and her husband had travelled back to South Korea, allegedly a short time after Choi announced her pregnancy to loved ones. Despite having returned to her home country, Yoon did not tell any of her relatives or friends that she was in South Korea. She allegedly told her mother she was in South Africa. For the duration of her stay, she stayed in various motels, paying exclusively with cash. Busan police believed that Yoon used cash so that she could not be traced. Curiously, she exchanged her ticket back to Norway. She changed her plane ticket for an earlier flight, which left for Norway on the 7th of June, just 5 days after Busan police officially opened an investigation into Choi and John's vanishing. Despite her actions appearing highly suspicious, there is no evidence to suggest that she was involved in the couple's disappearance. In November 2017, after Interpol became involved in the case, Yoon was arrested and was allegedly waiting to be extradited to Korea with a trial pending. Despite Busan police's attempt to extradite Yoon from Norway in order to question her about the case, The request was denied in 2019 after Norwegian authorities ruled in Yoon's favour. Yoon's mother wished for her daughter to cooperate, however Yoon refused. Authorities remain hopeful that one day Yoon will return to South Korea and answer their questions. Newspapers reported that Yoon is currently the only suspect. However, Busan police stated that she is being regarded as a witness and nothing more. Furthermore, John's father was the only person to report the couple as missing. It was reported that at first he was determined and passionate about finding his son and daughter-in-law. However, in recent times, this has allegedly waned. In an interview, he said that he wanted to, quote, protect my son. However, he failed to mention Choi in his statement, which some believe to be suspicious and could suggest that he allegedly knows more than he's letting on. Choi's parents, on the other hand, continue to fight for justice in the hope of finding their beloved daughter. Mystery still remains as to what happened to Choi Sung-hee and John Min-gun. Despite the possibility they are no longer alive, Busan police are treating it as a missing persons investigation, as their bodies have not been found. Lack of known forensic evidence also leaves room for speculation. Was there a bitter situation involving John that led to something more sinister? Did somebody know the CCTV system so intricately that they managed to get out of the apartment building without being seen? Was it actually John who texted Choi's assistant director? Why were John and Choi's mobile phones so far apart, and both how and why did Choi's phone travel to Seoul? Was it a murder plot concocted by Yoon? Or were Choi and John abducted? Were Yoon and John possibly in it together? With so little evidence, the possibilities are almost endless. There are many missing pieces of the puzzle. However, hopefully for the sake of their loved ones, the truth will come to light soon.
On November the 1st, 1978, 16-year-old Donna Green gave birth to her second child, a son who she named Raymond Lamar Green Jr., known as Lamar, at Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. After giving birth to her son, Donna befriended a woman who identified herself as Lisa Morris, who she met whilst both women were looking through the nursery windows at the hospital, just hours after Raymond was born. Donna described Lisa as having nice eyes and a warm smile. She had a bandana tied around her head and was wearing a short, dark leather coat. Whilst conversing, Lisa pointed towards a baby girl who she claimed to have been birthed by her sister, who was resting in her hospital room. The pair spoke for around half an hour before Lisa suggested heading back to Donna's room to continue their conversation, to which the 16-year-old agreed. According to Donna, Lisa asked her many personal questions about her newborn son, and more specific questions about her life and where she lived. Morris then claimed that she lived nearby. She often visited Donna's room throughout her short stay at the hospital. Rather interestingly, on the night of the 2nd of November, Donna awoke to find Lisa in her room. She recalled, quote, "I don't know whether she was going into the closet or getting out of it, but it was like she was trying to hide. I didn't think anything of it. It's amazing how naive I was." Morris stopped by Green's room to say goodbye to her when she and Raymond were discharged on November the 3rd, but asked to share a ride with them back to their respective homes. The driver stopped by Donna's apartment first on the 1300 block of Maury Avenue Southwest, meaning Lisa found out where she lived. The driver then dropped Lisa off on Stanton Road, but did not see her enter any buildings. A few days later, on November the 6th, Lisa arrived unexpectedly at Donna's home, having taken a bus there, and claimed that she wanted to see how she and her son were doing. The woman was wearing her bandana and leather jacket once again. Donna allowed Lisa to enter her home, and about an hour later, the teenager went for a shower, leaving her infant son in the care of her 18-year-old brother, Tony, who was also tending to his other sister's newborn, Mike, at the time. Lisa sat on the couch alongside Raymond and his uncle, but Donna's older brother was growing tired and was starting to drift off. Donna stepped out of the shower approximately 15 minutes later, only to find her brother asleep on the sofa, and both Lisa and Raymond were gone. She awoke her brother, who then told her that Lisa had stepped out the front door with Raymond because she was trying to soothe his cries. Donna immediately rushed outside to try and locate her son, passing a neighbour who had told her that she had seen a woman holding an infant wrapped in a blue blanket getting into the passenger side of a brown car before the male driver drove away. Raymond has never been seen or heard from again. Following Raymond's abduction being reported to the authorities, police discovered that Lisa Morris was not who she claimed to be, and that what she had told Donna about herself was entirely false. The name Lisa Morris was an alias, and nobody with a sister with that name had given birth at Grady Memorial in recent days. Nobody with the same name or description lived in the vicinity of Atlanta at the time. Police have never been able to identify who the mystery woman was. Frustratingly, Atlanta Police Department later misplaced Raymond's case file and were never able to recover it. As a result, they began investigating his disappearance again from scratch. However, were of the firm belief that the boy had most likely been sold for adoption outside of the United States. Donna said of the police investigation, quote, "The detectives never really talked to me about much. They kind of brushed me off." She claimed initially authorities didn't assist her as well as they should have because she was, quote, "poor and black." In regards to losing the case file, she said, quote, "It's as if Raymond never existed. I don't know what to do other than pray." Donna majorly struggled following her son's abduction, with her own mother and boyfriend blaming her for his disappearance. Quote, "I didn't have anybody telling me it was going to be okay, or to hold my hand. I had to figure it out on my own, how to be normal." She separated from her son's father, Raymond Green Sr., but they got back together just over a decade later and had 5 more children together. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1999. Even more tragically, Raymond Jr.'s cousin, Mike, who was also being cared for by his mother and uncle on the day he was taken, sadly died of SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, just a month after Raymond was abducted. Over the years, a few men have come forward believing that they may be Raymond Green Jr. However, all were ruled out through DNA analysis. Sadly, Raymond's fate remains unknown. Donna continues to advocate not just for her son, but other missing children also. According to the Surviving Parents Coalition that Donna is a member of, she is a volunteer with Team Hope / the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, and helps in providing support to families who are victims of abducted children. Quote, "I know what it's about to have a child missing and feel like nobody cares and it doesn't matter. Those are the people I'm reaching out to." To this day, the young woman who abducted baby Raymond, Lisa Morris, has never been found or apprehended for the boy's abduction. As depicted in a sketch created by a forensic artist with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation from Donna's own memory, Lisa Morris was described as being around 23 or 24 years old at the time, 5'5" or 5'6" tall, and weighing approximately 160 to 170 pounds. The woman had smooth, light brown skin, a small nose, full lips, dark eyes, specifically dark pupils and very white whites, a scar on the right side of her face, scars on her temple, and a mole on her left cheek. She had been wearing a dark leather coat and a bandana. The name Lisa Morris was an alias, therefore the woman's true identity remains elusive. An updated sketch of what the woman may look like now was released by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the hopes that someone might recognise her. Donna said in a press conference in February of 2023 when GSTV revealed that they would showcase Raymond's case across their TV screens at gas stations across the US, and NECMEC released new age progression images of what Raymond might look like aged 44, quote, "I never would have thought, 44 years later, I'm still looking for that little baby that I held in my arms. I believe he's coming home." Donna has submitted her DNA to several ancestry sites in the hope that someday a match to her son will be found. Authorities believe that due to the nature of the abduction, that if Raymond is alive out there, he may not know who he is. Angeline Hartman, the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children's Director of Communications, said on the 46th anniversary of Raymond's disappearance on November the 6th, 2024, quote, "We know that families can be reunited even after decades. In this case, Raymond is likely out there with no idea about his real identity." At the time of his abduction in November of 1978, Raymond Lamar Green Jr. was just 5 days old. Sadly, no photographs are available of the infant, only a sketch from Donna's memory. He was described as being African American, with black hair and brown eyes. He was known by his middle name of Lamar. He notably had a lazy eye and was last seen wearing a blue sleeper and was wrapped in a green and white hospital blanket. If alive today, Raymond would be 46 years of age. Those with any information regarding the abduction of Raymond Green are urged to contact Atlanta Police Department at 404-658-6666. Parafield Gardens is a residential suburb about 16 kilometres north of Adelaide's central business district, with a population of approximately 14,600. It offers amenities like shopping centres, schools such as Parafield Gardens High School, and parks for recreational purposes. The area is known for its family-friendly environment and convenient facilities. The Pierce family, which consisted of parents Stuart and Meredith and their 4 children, Adam, aged 11, Travis, aged 9, Matthew, 8, and Kerry, who was 2, lived in the Parafield Gardens area on Jackson Street. Stuart worked at a Wingfield BP petrol station, whilst 31-year-old Meredith cared for their children. From the outside, the Pierce family appeared to be extremely ordinary and happy. However, behind closed doors lay a much more disturbing truth. On the morning of January 6, 1991, at approximately 7:17 a.m, firefighters were called to a house fire on Jackson Street in the Parafield Gardens suburb of Adelaide, which happened to be the residence of the Pierce family. A neighbour, Bill Hawley, had heard some noise at around 7 a.m, reportedly 3 or 4 very loud bangs, but didn't think anything of it, as he had heard previous disputes between Stuart and Meredith in the past, including occasions where Stuart allegedly would, quote, smash up the house during domestic disputes. Hawley walked outside 15 minutes later to collect his morning newspaper when he noticed that the Pierce residence was on fire. When the firefighters arrived, the house was already engulfed by flames. They initially believed the fire to be a tragic accident. However, upon entering the property, which was nothing but a shell and ashes by this point, nobody was prepared for what lay inside. Inside the residence, responders made a harrowing discovery. Meredith Pierce was found in her bedroom, tied to a chair with a towel stuffed in her mouth. She had been strangled with what appeared to be an electrical cord. Furthermore, 3 of the couple's 4 children, Adam, Travis, and Kerry, were discovered deceased. Adam and Travis had been suffocated, with plastic bags covering their heads. Kerry had been smothered to death and had suffered heavily with smoke inhalation. The 4th child, Matthew, had been staying at a friend's house that night. But the patriarch of the family, Stuart, was nowhere to be found, which immediately raised suspicions. It became blatantly obvious, given what had been found inside the home, that this was not a tragic accident, but a case of homicide, and South Australian investigators were quick to conclude that the fire had been set deliberately using petrol. Following post-mortem examinations, it was determined that all of the deceased family members were dead prior to the fire being lit. Police turned their attention to finding Stuart Pierce, aged 32, who had attended his night shift at the BP petrol station the night prior from around 9 p.m. to 6:50 a.m. that morning, his shift ending less than half an hour before the fire was reported to emergency services at 7:17 a.m. The petrol station was just a 15-minute drive away from the home, meaning that around 12 minutes were unaccounted for if Stuart had indeed made it home. It is unknown, however, if Stuart ever did after his shift ended. The timeline is unclear, though gas bottles were found to have been set around the perimeter of the residence the previous night. However, they failed to explode. Some theorise that Stuart perhaps killed his family prior to leaving for work at 9 p.m, though it's reported Meredith's sister spoke to her over the phone not an hour prior, and nothing appeared awry. He may have returned to the house following his shift ending to set the fire after realising the gas bottles had failed to ignite. This is all speculation, however, as there is no concrete evidence to corroborate this theory. Merely circumstantial. 27 minutes to drive home, murder your entire family and set the home ablaze seems ambitious, though not impossible. Interestingly, Stuart's vehicle, a distinctive 240k Datsun Coupe, was found abandoned outside of Arndale Shopping Centre in Kilkenny later that same night, approximately 8 miles or 15 kilometres away from the Pierce residence and 3 miles or 5 kilometres from the petrol station where he worked. He hasn't been seen or heard from since the day of the fire, and remains under the veil of suspicion in the deaths of his wife and 3 of his 4 children. One source states that Meredith's blood was found in the boot of the car and on the door trim, most likely having been transferred there from Stuart himself. What has never been established in this case is a clear motive as to why Stuart would have killed his wife and 3 of his children. According to numerous sources, Stuart was in some financial trouble and struggled to meet his mortgage payments. It is alleged that a number of immature marijuana plants, approximately 25, were found in an underground bunker at the Pierce residence, so it's theorised that perhaps this had something to do with the crime, but once again, there is no solid evidence to support this theory. There is no evidence to suggest any other third-party involvement in the crime either. It should also be noted that a rifle belonging to Stuart was discovered missing from the residence, specifically a .303 caliber weapon, and according to the Sydney Morning Herald, also a .22 caliber weapon. A warrant for Stuart Pierce's arrest was later issued on September 22nd of 1992, and later a red notice was issued with Interpol. Over the years, a number of reported sightings of Stuart have been called in to South Australian authorities from across the country, interstate and overseas, including in his wife's hometown of Mount Gambier, by people who knew him and the family personally. However, these sightings could not be verified. If these sightings were indeed Stuart, he managed to evade capture. It should be noted that the graves of all of the victims are in Mount Gambier, and the last remaining family member, Matthew, lived with relatives there following the tragedy. Many locals, as previously mentioned, knew Stuart and swore blind to police that they had seen him there. On the afternoon of the 6th of January 1991, the day of the murders, a shop attendant saw Stuart purchasing a cold drink in Port Augusta. But sadly, as the years have passed, the trail has simply gone cold. Unfortunately, there is very little to work with in this case, and lack of any evidence and witness testimony adds further frustration to a dead end that this case has reached. Though it seems likely that Stuart killed his entire family, without concrete evidence, it cannot be said with complete certainty. Some believe that Stuart is also a victim in this case, and that somebody else was involved somehow, but if so, who, and why did they target the Pierce family specifically? It seems odd that if Stuart was responsible, why leave one of his children alive to deal with the aftermath of such a devastating event? Establishing a motive remains a priority in this case, as does apprehending the perpetrator and having justice served. Sadly, it is alleged in a Reddit post regarding the case that Matthew, the sole survivor of this tragedy, suffered immensely following the death of his mother and his 3 siblings. The trauma took a heavy toll on his mental health, and he has since been involved in several criminal activities, including burglary, drugs, and firearm offences. In 2004, it was reported that Matthew was charged with criminal trespass after being found in the ceiling of a toy shop, where he told police that he had been hiding there for 4 hours. When police officers asked him why, he told them that he believed whoever killed his family were going to kill him next. It should be noted that despite intense scrutiny, Matthew does not believe that his father was responsible for the murders. He claims that he hasn't had any contact with Stuart since the crime occurred. However, according to the Sydney Morning Herald, when Matthew was around 9 years old in January of 1992, his father approached him at the Verbena Drive Reserve, near to where the family had once lived. Matthew was afraid and ran off, with the man returning to his late model light blue or silver blue Ford Telstar or Mazda 323 sedan. This immediately sparked a manhunt, but sadly, once again, Stuart was not found. It should also be noted that Matthew believed that his mother was threatened for information and believes his father was also killed. In an article written in the Canberra Times, it states that Stuart claimed in the past that threats had been made against his family after his wife Meredith's parents were murdered in Mount Gambier in 1985. This is a very intriguing detail, as it's difficult to know if there is a possible connection between the two homicides. Meredith's brother Wayne Maynard shot and killed their parents, Sylvia and Alan, and Wayne was found not guilty on the grounds of insanity. He was subsequently sent to a psychiatric facility. Police did interview Wayne in regard to his sister's family's murder, but were satisfied that he was not involved. It should also be noted that the Pierce family, prior to their murders, did have a lodger staying with them, a pensioner named Gary Austin, who took his own life 6 months prior to the murders. He had lived with the family for approximately 8 years. Whether this is relevant or not remains to be seen, but we decided to include this detail just in case. Sergeant Bob Sharp of the South Australian Major Crimes Investigation Branch spoke to SBS Australia regarding the possibility that Stuart Pierce is living as a fugitive. Quote, "It would be very difficult for someone to live off the grid for this length of time. We have his fingerprints plus a DNA profile, and he's the subject of an Interpol red notice, but he hasn't come to our attention. My feeling is that he's committed this terrible act, tried to shift blame onto someone else by deliberately dumping his car in a particular location, but when that hasn't worked, he's taken his own life, and we just haven't found his body yet." He concluded by saying, "However, we certainly don't rule out other possibilities, and every piece of evidence or report that comes in is thoroughly investigated." Stuart Pierce, if alive today, would be 68 years old. He is described as being 177 centimetres tall, of medium build, with brown hair, blue eyes and a fair complexion. He also wore prescription glasses. Stuart has a number of distinctive tattoos, including a naked woman with a rose on her back on his upper right arm, and a red and green rose over a Maltese cross on his lower left leg, though it should be noted that he may have had them removed or altered. Computer-generated age progressions of Stuart were released by South Australian authorities in 2014 in the hopes that if he is out there somewhere, someone might recognise him and come forward. He has connections to the Mount Gambier area, as well as Portland in Western Victoria, where he grew up. There is currently a reward of up to $1 million Australian dollars for anyone who can provide any information leading to the apprehension and or conviction of Stuart Pierce in this case. Those with any information which could be useful to authorities regarding the murders of Meredith, Adam, Travis and Kerry Pierce are urged to contact Australian Crime Stoppers at 1800 333 000. Mukilteo is a scenic waterfront city in Washington state, located on Puget Sound, known for its historic lighthouse, beautiful parks, and ferry service to Whidbey Island. It offers stunning views of the Olympic Mountains and a tranquil atmosphere, blending nature with small-town charm. Mukilteo was where 16-year-old Tyler Joel Christensen, who lived with his parents and 4 sisters, mysteriously vanished in April of 2016. Tyler was the middle child, and his sister said he often joked that because of this, he was the rose among the thorns. Tyler lived in a deeply religious household and was homeschooled, and was described by his loved ones as a young man who was very friendly, hard-working and creative, who often helped out neighbours by carrying out odd jobs for them. He was also talented at wood and metalwork, making all sorts of furniture. Tyler loved hiking and riding his motorcycle in his spare time. On April 19, 2016, at approximately 6:30 p.m, 16-year-old Tyler left his home on the 5300 block of Picnic Point Road in Edmonds, Washington. He had told his family of his intention to jog to a youth group meeting at the local Spring of Life Church on the 4700 block of 116th Street Southwest in Mukilteo, approximately a mile away. He had made this run numerous times before, according to his father. He was allegedly seen on Beverly Park Road. However, rather oddly, Tyler never arrived at the church. In the hours following, there was no sign of him, and the teen was officially reported missing at around 3:30 a.m. the following morning, April 20th. In the days following his vanishing, search and rescue teams, police and volunteers searched the immediate area for Tyler, but found nothing to indicate what had happened to him. Police received a number of tips and potential leads, however, none proved fruitful. Police determined that the 16-year-old had actually ventured in the opposite direction of the church that night, which left his family baffled. He normally took the same trail to church and had no idea why he would venture away from it. According to his sister, the Christensen family were initially very concerned that something sinister had happened to Tyler, that he had perhaps been hurt on the trail. However, later came to discover that he left the family home of his own free will. Police found some sort of evidence to indicate he had made these plans to leave. When questioned as to why Tyler left of his own volition that night in April of 2016, his family had no idea at all. He didn't appear to have any problems at home or otherwise, and had no history of mental illness or running away. Despite police coming to the conclusion that Tyler had left of his own volition, they also determined his disappearance was suspicious, mainly due to the fact he was close-knit with his family and the church community. His disappearance in itself was very out of character. Weeks passed with no trace of Tyler, until a tip came into the authorities from a man who claims to have picked up a male hitchhiker in their teens somewhere between Kingston and Paulsbo, Washington, between 10:30 and 11 p.m. on April 19th. The man had seen a missing persons flyer of Tyler, and immediately recognised him and contacted the authorities. It's believed the young man the driver gave a lift to, who was carrying a backpack with him, had also taken the ferry to Kingston from Edmonds earlier that same night. The driver described the boy as upbeat, and was asking for directions to Shelton in Mason County. The teen also relayed his plans to go hiking along the Olympic Peninsula and National Park. The man dropped this individual off on Viking Avenue between Paulsbo and Silverdale. Authorities quickly followed up this lead, but sadly the trail quickly went cold. Christensen's sister, Liz, told the media that the driver described her brother to a T, as articulate, polite, his personality and general demeanour. Given these details, his family were certain that this young man who had been offered a ride almost certainly was 16-year-old Tyler. This was further backed up by the physical appearance and clothing described by the driver, and the timing in which he was collected, the very same night Tyler disappeared. Search and rescue teams, canine units and helicopter teams scoured the peninsula for any signs of Tyler, but sadly found no trace of him, despite their best efforts. Clues in this case came few and far between. However, almost a month after his disappearance on May 13th, Christensen's dark-coloured backpack was found abandoned by the High Steel Bridge near Shelton. Inside lay a number of items of interest, including some emergency foil blankets which had been used, some unopened food supplies, and a pair of sweatpants. A ferry ticket was also found in a pocket, which confirmed Tyler had arrived on the peninsula on April 19th, the night he was last seen alive. Authorities were unable to determine how long the backpack had been there for, and despite getting assistance from canine units once again, no trace of Tyler was found in the immediate vicinity, adding further intrigue to this perplexing mystery. Following his disappearance, the Christensen family printed out flyers and set up a website, helpfindtyler.com. They also created several social media pages to raise awareness of his case. His information was entered into NCMEC's database, where more recently in 2020 an age progression image of Tyler, age 20, was created by a digital forensic artist at the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children. The Christensen family posted on his yearly anniversary on their Help Find Tyler Facebook page, and in 2018 wrote, quote, "We do not know why he left, if he is still out there, or if he is with the Lord. We have not given up hope that we will someday be reunited with Tyler, but we have no new information or leads to help us find him, or know what happened. Please pray for new information, for answers, and for continued strength, hope, and trust in the one who knows all the answers." They last posted on the page in 2021 on the 5th anniversary of Tyler's disappearance with the simple yet poignant post, quote, "5 years is a long time," alongside a photograph of Tyler. His sister Liz, who was hopeful that her brother simply left on an adventure at the time, told Fox 13 Seattle, quote, "We want Tyler to come home. Whatever's going on, it doesn't matter why he left. We're not mad, we're not upset. We just want to know that he's okay." All his family want is for Tyler to make some sort of contact with them, to reassure them that he is alive and well. It's been 8 years since he vanished, and as time continues to pass, many fear that something else may have happened to him. When Tyler Christensen was last seen alive in April of 2016, he was 16, almost 17 years old. He is described as being a Caucasian male with light brown hair and blue eyes, standing at 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighing approximately 145 pounds. His hair was styled into a buzz cut when he disappeared, and he notably had a half-inch scar on his left ankle. He was last seen wearing a light blue shirt and a pair of dark blue shorts. It's unclear exactly what possessions Tyler had on his person, given his backpack was later found. Due to the unclear nature of the circumstances involved here, this case is classified as an endangered runaway. The case remains open, but sadly unsolved. Unfortunately, very little information is available regarding Christensen's disappearance. His DNA has, however, been entered into federal missing persons databases in case a match is flagged up, potentially with any unidentified remains. If alive today in 2024, Tyler would be 25 years old. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of Tyler Christensen are urged to contact Snohomish County Sheriff's Office at 425-407-3970.